Chapter 7 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 7. This war of extermination was just beginning when Kmita, with the three Kmicics, reached Głogów, after a journey which was difficult in view of Pan Andrzej's shaken health. They arrived in the night. The town was covered with troops, lords, nobles, servants of the king and of magnates. The inns were so occupied that old Kmicic with the greatest trouble found lodgings for his colonel outside the town at the house of a rope maker. Pan Andrzej spent the whole first day in bed in pain and fever from the burn. At times he thought that he should be seriously and grievously ill, but his iron constitution gained the victory. The following night brought him ease, and at daybreak he dressed and went to the parish church to thank God for his miraculous escape. The gray and snowy winter morning had barely dissipated the darkness. The town was still sleeping, but through the church door lights could be seen on the altar, and the sounds of the organ came forth. Kmita went to the center of the church. The priest was celebrating mass before the altar. There were few worshippers so far. At benches some persons were kneeling with their faces hidden in their hands. But besides those Pan Andrzej saw, when his eyes had grown used to the darkness, a certain figure lying in the form of a cross in the front of the pews on a carpet. Behind him were kneeling two youths with ruddy and almost angelic childish faces. This man was motionless, and only from his breast moving continually with deep sighs could it be known that he was not sleeping, but praying earnestly and with his whole soul. Kmita himself became absorbed in a thanksgiving prayer, but when he had finished his eyes turned involuntarily to the man lying as a cross, and could not leave him. Something fastened them to him. Sighs deep as groans, audible in the silence of the church, shook that figure continually. The yellow rays of the candles burning before the altar, together with the light of day, whitening in the windows, brought it out of the gloom and made it more and more visible. Pan Andrzej conjectured at once from the dress that he must be some noted person. Besides, all present, not excepting the priest celebrating mass, looked on him with honor and respect. The unknown was dressed entirely in black velvet bound with sable, but on his shoulders he had, turned down, a white lace collar, from under which peeped the golden links of a chain. A black hat with feathers of like color lay at his side. One of the pages kneeling beyond the carpet held gloves and a sword enameled in blue. Kmita could not see the face of the unknown, for it was hidden by the folds of the carpet, and besides, the locks of an unusually thick wig scattered around his head concealed it completely. Pan Andrzej pressed up to the front pew to see the face of the unknown when he rose. Mass was then drawing to an end. The priest was singing Pater Noster. The people who wished to be at the following mass were coming in through the main entrance. The church was filled gradually with figures with heads shaven at the sides, dressed in cloaks with long sleeves, in military burkas, in fur cloaks, and in brocade coats. It became somewhat crowded. Kmita then pushed with his elbow a noble standing at his side and whispered, "Pardon, your grace, that I trouble you during service, but my curiosity is most powerful. Who is that?" He indicated with his eyes the man lying in the form of a cross. "Have you come from a distance that you know not?" asked the noble. "Certainly I come from a distance, and therefore I ask in hope that if I find some polite man he will not begrudge an answer." "That is the king." "As God lives!" cried Kmita. But at that moment the king rose, for the priest had begun to read the gospel. Pan Andrzej saw an emaciated face, yellow and transparent like church wax. The eyes of the king were moist and his lids red. You would have said that all the fate of the country was reflected in that noble face, so much was there in it of pain, suffering, care. Sleepless nights divided between prayer and grief, terrible deceptions, wandering, desertion, the humiliated majesty of that son, grandson and great-grandson of powerful kings, the gall which his own subjects had given him to drink so bountifully, the ingratitude of that country for which he was ready to devote his blood and life, all this could be read in that face as in a book, and still it expressed not only resignation, obtained through faith and prayer, not only the majesty of a king and an anointed of God, but such great, inexhaustible kindness, that evidently it would be enough for the greatest renegade, the most guilty man, only to stretch out his hands to that Father, and that Father would receive him, forgive him, and forget his offenses. It seemed to Kmita at sight of him that some one had squeezed his heart with an iron hand. Compassion rose in the ardent soul of the young hero. Compunction, sorrow, and homage straitened the breath in his throat. A feeling of immeasurable guilt cut his knees under him so that he began to tremble through his whole body, and at once a new feeling rose in his breast. In one moment he had conceived such a love for that suffering king that to him there was nothing dearer on earth than that Father and Lord, for whom he was ready to sacrifice blood and life, bear torture and everything else in the world. He wished to throw himself at those feet, to embrace those knees and implore forgiveness for his crimes. The noble, the insolent disturber had died in him in one moment, and the royalist was born, devoted with his whole soul to his king. "That is our lord, our unhappy king," repeated he to himself, as if he wished with his lips to give witness to what his eyes saw and what his heart felt. After the gospel Yan Kazimir knelt again, stretched out his arms, raised his eyes to heaven, and was sunk in prayer. The priest went out at last. There was a movement in the church. The king remained kneeling. Then that noble whom Kmita had addressed pushed Pan Andrei in the side. "But who are you?" asked he. Kmita did not understand the question at once, and did not answer it directly, so greatly were his heart and mind occupied by the person of the king. "And who are you?" repeated that personage. "A noble, like yourself," answered Pan Andrei, waking as if from a dream. "What is your name?" "What is my name? Babinich. I am from Lithuania, from near Vityebsk." "And I am Pan Lugovski of the king's household. Have you just come from Lithuania, from Vityebsk?" "No, I come from Chenstova." Pan Lugovski was dumb for a moment from wonder. "But if that is true, then come and tell us the news. The king is almost dead from anxiety because he has had no certain tidings in these 3 days. How is it? You are perhaps from the squadron of Zbornik, Kalinski, or Kuklinovski, from near Chenstova?" "Not from near Chenstova, but directly from the cloister itself." "Are you not jesting? What is going on there? What is to be heard? Does Yasna Gora defend itself yet?" "It does, and will defend itself. The Swedes are about to retreat." "For God's sake! The king will cover you with gold. From the very cloister do you say that you have come? How did the Swedes let you pass?" "I did not ask their permission. But pardon me, I cannot give a more extended account in the church." "Right, right," said Pan Lugovski. "God is merciful. You have fallen from heaven to us. It is not proper in the church, right? Wait a moment. The king will rise directly. He will go to breakfast before high mass. Today is Sunday. Come stand with me at the door, and when the king is going out I will present you. Come, come, there is no time to spare." He pushed ahead, and Kmita followed. They had barely taken their places at the door when the 2 pages appeared, and after them came Yan Kazimir slowly. "Gracious king!" cried Pan Lugovski, "there are tidings from Chenstova." The wax-like face of Yan Kazimir became animated in an instant. "What tidings? Where is the man?" inquired he. "This noble. He says that he has come from the very cloister." "Is the cloister captured?" cried the king. That moment Pan Andrei fell his whole length at the feet of the king. Yan Kazimir inclined and began to raise him by the arms. "Oh, ceremony another time, another time!" cried he. "Rise, in God's name, rise! Speak quickly. Is the cloister taken?" Kmita sprang up with tears in his eyes, and cried with animation, "It is not and will not be taken, gracious lord. The Swedes are beaten, the great gun is blown up. There is fear among them, hunger, misery. They are thinking of retreat." "Praise, praise to thee, Queen of angels and of us," said the king. Then he turned to the church door, removed his hat, and without entering knelt on the snow at the door. He supported his head on a stone pillar and sank into silence. After a while sobbing began to shake him. Emotion seized all, and Pan Andrei wept loudly. The king, after he had prayed and shed tears, rose quieted, with a face much clearer. He inquired his name of Kmita, and when the latter had told his assumed one, said: "Let Pan Lugovski conduct you at once to our quarters. We shall not take our morning food without hearing of the defence." A quarter of an hour later Kmita was standing in the king's chamber before a distinguished assembly. The king was only waiting for the queen to sit down to breakfast. Maria Ludwika appeared soon. Young Casimir barely saw her when he exclaimed: "Chenstova has held out! The Swedes will retreat! Here is Pan Babinich, who has just come, and he brings the news." The black eyes of the queen rested inquiringly on the youthful face of the hero, and seeing its sincerity, they grew bright with joy, and he, when he had made a profound obeisance, looked also at her boldly, as truth and honesty know how to look. "The power of God," said the queen. "You have taken a terrible weight from our hearts, and God grant this is the beginning of a change of fortune. Do you come straight from near Chenstova?" "Not from near Chenstova, he says, but from the cloister itself, one of the defenders," exclaimed the king. "A golden guest! God grant such to come daily, but let him begin. Tell, brother, tell how you defended yourselves, and how the hand of God guarded you." "It is sure, gracious king and queen, that nothing saved us but the guardianship of God and the miracles of the Most Holy Lady, which I saw every day with my eyes." Here Kmita was preparing for his narrative when new dignitaries appeared. First came the nuncio of the Pope, then the primate Leshchinski. After him Vijija, a golden-mouthed preacher, who was the queen's chancellor, later bishop of Varmia, and finally primate. With him came the chancellor of the kingdom, Pan Korytinski, and the Frenchman de Noir, a relative of the queen, and other dignitaries who had not deserted the king in misfortune, but chose to share with him the bitter bread of exile rather than break plighted faith. The king was eager to hear, therefore he ceased eating every moment and repeated: "Listen, gentlemen, listen! A guest from Chenstova! Good news, hear it, from Yasna Gora itself!" Then the dignitaries looked with curiosity on Kmita, who was standing as it were before a court. But he, bold by nature and accustomed to intercourse with great people, was not a whit alarmed at sight of so many celebrated persons, and when all had taken their places he began to describe the whole siege. Truth was evident in his words, for he spoke with clearness and strength, like a soldier who had seen everything, touched everything, passed through everything. He praised to the skies Pan Zamoyski and Pan Charnyetski, spoke of Kordetski, the prior, as of a holy prophet, exalted other fathers, missed no one save himself, but he ascribed the whole success of the defense without deviation to the Most Holy Lady, to her favor and miracles. The king and the dignitaries listened to him in amazement. The archbishop raised his tearful eyes to heaven. Father Vijga interpreted everything hurriedly to the nuncio. Other great personages caught their heads, some prayed or beat their breasts. At last, when Kmita came to the recent storms, when he began to relate how Miller had brought heavy guns from Cracow, and among them one against which not only the walls of Chenstova but no walls in the world could stand, such silence began as though some one were sowing poppy seeds, and all eyes rested on Pan Andrei's lips. But he stopped suddenly and began to breathe quickly. A clear flush came out on his face. He frowned, raised his head, and spoke boldly. "Now I must speak of myself, though I should prefer to be silent, and if I say aught which seems praise, God is my witness that I do not so for rewards, for I do not need them, since the greatest reward for me is to shed my blood for my majesty." "Speak boldly, I believe you," said the king. "But that great gun?" "That great gun, I, stealing out in the night from the fortress, blew into fragments with powder." "Oh, loving God!" cried the king. But after this cry was silence. Such astonishment had seized each person. All looked as at a rainbow at the young hero, who stood with flashing eyes, with a flush on his face, and with head proudly erect. And so much was there in him at that moment of a certain terribleness and wild courage, that a thought came to each one unwittingly: such a man might dare such a deed. After silence of a moment, the primate said: "This man looks like that." "How did you do it?" asked the king. Kmita explained how he did it. "I cannot believe my ears," said Pan Korytinski, the chancellor. "Worthy gentlemen," answered the king with dignity, "you do not know whom we have before us. There is yet hope that the Commonwealth has not perished while it gives such cavaliers and citizens. This man might say of himself, si fractus illabatur orbis, impavidum ferient ruinae. If the broken firmament should fall, the ruins would strike him unterrified," said Father Vijigda, who loved to quote authors at every opportunity. "These are almost impossible things," said the chancellor again. "Tell, cavalier, how you brought away your life, and how you passed through the Swedes." "The explosion stunned me," said Kmita, "and next day the Swedes found me in the ditch lying as if lifeless. They judged me at once, and Miller condemned me to death." "Then did you escape?" "A certain Kuklinovski begged me of Miller, so that he might put me to death, for he had a fierce animosity against me." "He is a well known disturber and murderer; we have heard of him," said the Castellan of Kizhnisk. "His regiment is with Miller at Chenstova, that is true." "Previously Kuklinovski was an envoy from Miller to the cloister, and once tried to persuade me in secret to treason when I was conducting him to the gate. I struck him in the face and kicked him. For that insult he was enraged against me." "Ah, I see this is a noble of fire and sulphur," cried the king, amused. "Do not go into such a man's road. Did Miller then give you to Kuklinovski?" "He did, gracious gentlemen. Kuklinovski shut me with himself and some men in an empty little barn. There he had me tied to a beam with ropes; then he began to torture me and to burn my sides with fire." "By the living God!" "While doing this he was called away to Miller. When he was gone, 3 nobles came, certain Kyemliches, his soldiers, who had served with me previously. They killed the guards and unbound me from the beam." "And you fled. Now I understand," said the king. "No, your royal grace, we waited for the return of Kuklinovski. Then I gave command to tie him to that same beam, and I burned him better with fire." When he had said this, Kmita, roused by remembrance, became red again, and his eyes gleamed like those of a wolf. But the king, who passed easily from grief to joy, from seriousness to sport, began to strike the table with his hand and exclaim with laughter: "That was good for him! That was good for him! Such a traitor deserved nothing better." "I left him alive," continued Kmita, "but he must have perished from cold before morning." "That's a deed! He does not give away his own. We need more of such!" cried the king, now completely delighted. "Did you come hither with those soldiers? What are their names?" "They are Kyemlich, a father and 2 sons." "My mother is from the house of Kyemlich," said Father Vijgda. "It is evident that there are great and small Kyemlichs," answered Kmita, smiling. "These are not only small persons, but robbers. They are fierce soldiers, however, and faithful to me." Meanwhile the chancellor, who had been whispering for a time in the ear of the Archbishop of Gniezno, said at last: "Many come here who for their own praise or for an expected reward are glad to raise dust. They bring false and disturbing news, and are frequently sent by the enemy." This remark chilled all present. Kmita's face became purple. "I do not know the office of your grace," said he, "which I think must be considerable, therefore I do not wish to offend you. But there is no office, as I think, which would empower any one to give the lie to a noble without reason." "Man, you are speaking to the grand chancellor of the kingdom," said Ligovski. "Whoso gives me a lie, even if he is chancellor, I answer him. It is easier to give the lie than to give your life; it is easier to seal with wax than with blood." Pan Korytinski was not angry. He only said: "I do not give you the lie, cavalier, but if what you say is true, you must have a burned side." "Come to another place, your great mightiness, to another room, and I will show it to you," roared Kmita. "It is not needful," said the king. "I believe you without that." "It cannot be, your royal grace," exclaimed Pan Andrei. "I wish it myself. I beg it as a favor, so that here no one, even though I know not how worthy, should make me an exaggerator. My torment would be an ill reward. I wish belief." "I believe you," answered the king. "Truth itself was in his words," added Marya Ludwika. "I am not deceived in men." "Gracious king and queen, permit. Let some man go aside with me, for it would be grievous for me to live here in suspicion." "I will go," said Pan Tyzenhauz, a young attendant of the king. So saying, he conducted Kmita to another room, and on the way said to him, "I do not go because I do not believe you, for I believe, but to speak with you. Have we met somewhere in Lithuania? I cannot remember your name, for it may be that I saw you when a youth, and I myself was a youth then." Kmita turned away his face somewhat to hide his sudden confusion. "Perhaps at some provincial diet. My late father took me with him frequently to see public business." "Perhaps. Your face is surely not strange to me, though at that time it had not those scars. Still see how memoria fragilis est. Weak memory is. Also it seems to me you had a different name." "Years dull the memory," answered Pan Andrei. They went to another room. After a while Tyzenhauz returned to the royal pair. "He is roasted, gracious king, as on a spit," said he. "His whole side is burned." When Kmita in his turn came back, the king rose, pressed his head, and said, "We have never doubted that you speak the truth, and neither your pain nor your services will pass unrewarded. We are your debtors," added the queen, extending her hand to him. Pan Andrei dropped on one knee and kissed with reverence the hand of the queen, who stroked him on the head like a mother. "Be not angry with the chancellor," said the king. "In this place there really are not a few traitors, or, if not traitors, men who are unwise, that wind three after three, and it belongs to the chancellor's office to discover truth touching public affairs." "What does my poor anger mean for such a great man?" answered Pan Andrei. "And I should not dare to murmur against a worthy senator, who gives an example of loyalty and love of country to all." The chancellor smiled kindly and extended his hand. "Well, let there be peace. You spoke ill to me of wax, but know this, that the Korytinskis have sealed often with blood, not with wax only." The king was rejoiced. "This Babinich has pleased us," said he to the senators, "has touched our heart as few have. We will not let you go from our side, and God grant that we shall return together soon to our beloved country." "Oh, most serene king!" cried Kmita with ecstasy. "Though confined in the fortress of Yasna Gora, I know from the nobles, from the army, and even from those who, serving under Zborek and Kalinski, besieged Chenstova, that all are waiting for the day and the hour of your return. Only show yourself, gracious lord, and that day all Lithuania, Poland, and Russia will stand by you as one man. The nobles will join, even insignificant peasants will go with their lord to resist. The army under the hetmans is barely breathing from eagerness to move against the Swedes. I know this, too, that at Chenstova deputies came from the hetman's troops to arouse Zborek, Kalinski, and Kuklinovski against the Swedes. Appear on the boundary today, and in a week there will not be a Swede. Only appear, only show yourself, for we are there like sheep without a shepherd." Sparks came from Kmita's eyes while he was speaking, and such great ardor seized him that he knelt in the middle of the hall. His enthusiasm was communicated even to the queen herself, who, being of fearless courage, had long been persuading the king to return. Therefore, turning to Yan Kazimir, she said with energy and determination, "I hear the voice of the whole people through the mouth of this noble." That is true, gracious lady, our mother," exclaimed Kmita. But certain words in what Kmita had said struck the chancellor and the king. "We have always been ready," said the king, "to sacrifice our health and life, and hitherto we have been waiting for nothing else but a change in our subjects." "That change has taken place already," said Marya Ludwika. "Majestas infracta malis," Majesty unbroken by misfortune, said Father Vijga, looking at her with homage. "It is important," said the archbishop, "if really deputations from the hetmans went to Chenstova. "I know this from my men, those Kyemliches," answered Pan Andrei. "In the squadrons of Zborek and Kalinski all spoke openly of this, paying no attention to Miller and the Swedes. These Kyemliches were not enclosed in the fortress, they had relations with the world, with soldiers and nobles. I can bring them before your royal grace and your worthinesses. Let them tell how it is seething in the whole country as in a pot. The hetmans join the Swedes from constraint only. The troops wish to return to duty. The Swedes beat nobles and priests, plunder, violate ancient liberties. It is no wonder then that each man balls his fist and looks anxiously at his saber." "We too have had news from the troops," said the king. "There were here also secret envoys who told us of the general wish to return to former loyalty and honor." "And that agrees with what this cavalier tells," says the chancellor. "But if deputations are passing among the regiments it is important, for it means that the fruit is already ripe, that our efforts were not in vain, that our work is accomplished, that the time is at hand." "But Konyetspolski," said the king, "and so many others who are still at the side of the invader, who look into his eyes and give assurances of their devotion?" Then all grew silent, the king became gloomy on a sudden, and as when the sun goes behind a cloud a shadow covers at once the whole world, so did his face grow dark. After a time he said: "God sees in our heart that even to day we are ready to move, and that not the power of Sweden detains us, but the unhappy fickleness of our people, who, like Proteus, take on a new form every moment. Can we believe that this change is sincere, this desire not imagined, this readiness not deceitful? Can we believe that people who so recently deserted us and with such light hearts joined the invader against their own king, against their own country, against their own liberties? Pain straightens our heart, and we are ashamed of our own subjects. Where does history show such examples? What king has met so many treasons, so much ill will? Who has been so deserted? Call to mind, your kindnesses, that we in the midst of our army, in the midst of those who were bound to shed their blood for us, it is a danger and a terror to tell it, we were not sure of our life. And if we left the country and had to seek an asylum, it is not from fear of the Swedish enemy, but of our own subjects, to save our own children from the terrible crime of king murder and parricide." "Gracious lord," exclaimed Kmita, "our people have sinned grievously. They are guilty, and the hand of God is punishing them justly. But still by the wounds of Christ there has not been found among that people, and God grant that there will never be found, a man who would raise his hand on the sacred person of the anointed of God." "You do not believe, because you are honest," said the king. "But we have letters and proofs. The Radzivills have paid us badly for the kindness with which we have covered them. But still Boguslav, though a traitor, was moved by conscience, and not only did he not wish to lend a hand to such a deed, but he was the first to warn us of it." "What deed?" asked the astonished Kmita. "He informed us," said the king, "that there was a man who offered for 100 gold ducats to seize us and deliver us, living or dead, to the Swedes." A shiver passed through the whole assembly at these words of the king, and Kmita was barely able to groan out the question: "Who was that man? Who was he?" "A certain Kmita," answered the king. A wave of blood suddenly struck Pan Andrei in the head, it grew dark in his eyes, he seized his forelock, and with a terribly wandering voice said: "That is a lie! Prince Boguslav lies like a dog. Gracious king, believe not that traitor. He did that of a purpose to bring infamy on an enemy, and to frighten you, my king. He is a traitor. Kmita would not have done such a deed." Here Pan Andrei turned suddenly where he was standing. His strength, exhausted by the siege, undermined by the explosion of powder in the great gun, and through the torture given by Kuklinovski, left him altogether, and he fell without consciousness at the feet of the king. They bore him into the adjoining room where the king's physician examined him. But in the assembly of dignitaries they knew not how to explain why the words of the king had produced such a terrible impression on the young man. "Either he is so honest that horror alone has thrown him off his feet, or he is some relative of that Kmita," said the Castellan of Cracow. "We must ask him," replied the chancellor. "In Lithuania nobles are all related to one another, as in fact they are with us." "Gracious lord," said Tyzenhauz, God preserve me from wishing to speak evil of this young man, but we should not trust him at present too much. That he served in Częstochowa is certain. His side is burned. This the monks would not have done in any event, for they as servants of God must have every clemency, even for prisoners and traitors. But one thing is still coming continually to my head and destroying trust in him. That is, I met him somewhere in Lithuania, still a youth, at a diet or a carnival, I don't remember." "And what of that?" asked the king. "And it seems to me always that his name was not Babinich." "Do not tell every little thing," said the king. "You are young and inattentive, and a thing might easily enter your head. Whether he is Babinich or not, why should I not trust him? Sincerity and truth are written on his lips, and evidently he has a golden heart. I should not trust myself if I could not trust a soldier who has shed his blood for us and the country." "He deserves more confidence than the letter of Prince Boguslav," said the queen suddenly, "and I recommend this to the consideration of your worthinesses. There may not be a word of truth in that letter. It might have been very important for the Radzivills of Birji that we should lose courage completely, and it is easy to admit that Prince Boguslav wished also to ruin some enemy of his, and leave a door open to himself in case of changed fortune." "If I were not accustomed," said the primate, "to hear wisdom itself coming from the mouth of the gracious queen, I should be astonished at the quickness of these words, worthy of the ablest statesman. Comasque gerens animasque viriles. Though wearing tresses, she has the courage of a man," interrupted Father Vijga in a low voice. Encouraged by these words, the queen rose from her chair and began to speak. "I care not for the Radzivills of Birji, for they as heretics listen easily to the whispers of the enemy of the human race, nor of the letter of Prince Boguslav, which may touch private affairs. But I am most pained by the despairing words of my lord and husband the king spoken against this people. For who will spare them if their own king condemns them? And still, when I look through the world, I ask in vain, where is there another such people in which the praise of God endures with the manner of ancient sincerity and increases continually? In vain do I look for another people in which such open candor exists. Where is there another state in which no one has heard of those hellish blasphemies, subtle crimes, and never-ending feuds with which foreign chronicles are filled? Let people skilled in the history of the world show me another kingdom where all the kings died their own quiet deaths. You have no knives or poisons here. You have no protectors, as among the English. It is true that this nation has grown grievously guilty, has sinned through frivolity and license. But where is the nation that never errs, and where is the one which, as soon as it has recognized its offense, begins penance and reformation? Behold, they have already taken thought, they are now coming, beating their breasts to your majesty, ready to spill their blood, to yield their lives, to sacrifice their fortune for you. And will you reject them? Will you not forgive the penitent? Will you not trust those who have reformed, those who are doing penance? Will you not return the affection of a father to children who have erred? Trust them, since they are yearning for the Jagiellon blood, and for your government, which is of their fathers. Go among them. I, a woman, fear no treason, for I see love. I see sorrow for sins and restoration of this kingdom to which they called you after your father and your brother. It does not seem to me likely that God will destroy such a great commonwealth, in which the light of true faith is burning. For a short period God's justice has stretched forth the rod to chastise, not to ruin its children, and soon will the fatherly love of that heavenly Lord receive them and cherish them. But do not contemn them, king, and fear not to confide in their sonly discretion, for in this way alone can you turn evil into good, suffering into comfort, defeat into triumph." When she had said this, the queen sat down, with fire still in her eyes, and heaving breast. All looked at her with veneration, and her chancellor, Vijga, began to speak with a resonant voice. "Nulla sors longa est, dolor et voluptas, invincens sedunt, ima permutat brevis ora sumis." No fortune is long, pain and pleasure yield in turn. A short hour changes the lowest with the highest. But no one heard what he said, for the ardor of the heroic lady was communicated to every heart. The king himself sprang up, with a flush on his sallow face, and said: "I have not lost the kingdom yet, since I have such a queen. Let her will be done, for she spoke with prophetic inspiration. The sooner I move and appear in my realms, the better." To this the primate answered with seriousness: "I do not wish to oppose the will of my gracious king and queen, nor to turn them from an undertaking in which there is hazard, but in which there may be also salvation. Still I should consider it a wise thing to assemble in Opole, where a majority of the senators are tarrying, and there listen to the ideas of all. These may develop and explain the affair more clearly and broadly." "Then to Opole!" exclaimed the king, "and afterward to the road, and what God will give." "God will give a happy return and victory," said the queen. "Amen," said the primate. Chapter 8 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 8. Pan Andrei fretted in his lodgings like a wounded wildcat. The hellish revenge of Boguslav Radziwill brought him almost to madness. Not enough that that prince had sprung out of his hands, killed his men, almost deprived him of life, he had put upon him besides shame such as no one, not merely of his name, but no Pole from the beginning of the world had ever groaned under. There were moments when Kmita wished to leave everything, the glory which was opening before him, the service of the king, and fly away to avenge himself on that magnate whom he wanted to eat up alive. But on the other hand, in spite of all his rage and the whirlwind in his head, he remembered that while the prince lived revenge would not vanish, and the best means, the only way to hurl back his calumny and lay bare all the infamy of his accusation, was precisely the service of the king. For in it he could show the world that not only had he not thought of raising his hand against the sacred person of Yan Kazimir, but that among all the nobles of Lithuania and Poland no person more loyal than Kmita could be found. But he gnashed his teeth, and was boiling like a stew. He tore his clothing, and long, long was it before he could calm himself. He gloated over the thought of revenge. He saw this Radziwill again in his hands. He swore by the memory of his father that he must reach Boguslav, even if death and torments were awaiting him therefor. And though the prince was a mighty lord whom not only the revenge of a common noble, but even the revenge of a king could not easily touch, still, whoso knew that unrestrained soul better, would not have slept calmly, and more than once would have trembled before his vows. And still Pan Andrei did not know yet that the prince had not merely covered him with shame and robbed him of repute. Meanwhile the king, who from the first had conceived a great love for the young hero, sent Pan Lugovski to him that same day, and on the morrow commanded Kmita to accompany his majesty to Opole, where at a general assembly of the senators it was intended to deliberate on the return of the king to the country. Indeed, there was something over which to deliberate. Lyubomirski, the marshal of the kingdom, had sent a new letter, announcing that everything in the country was ready for a general war, and urging earnestly the return. Besides this, news was spread of a certain league of nobles and soldiers formed for the defense of the king and the country, concerning which men had really been thinking of for some time, but which, as appeared afterward, was concluded a little later under the name of the Confederation of Tchavsty. All minds were greatly occupied by the news, and immediately after a thanksgiving mass they assembled in a secret council, to which, at the instance of the king, Kmita too was admitted, since he had brought news from Czestochowa. They began then to discuss whether the return was to take place at once, or whether it were better to defer it till the army, not only by wish but by deed, should abandon the Swedes. Yan Kazimir put an end to these discussions by saying: "Do not discuss, your worthinesses, the return, or whether it is better to defer it a while, for I have taken counsel already concerning that with God and the Most Holy Lady. Therefore I communicate to you that whatever may happen we shall move in person these days. Express your ideas, therefore, your worthinesses, and be not sparing of counsel as to how our return may be best and most safely accomplished." Opinions were various. Some advised not to trust too greatly to the marshal of the kingdom, who had once shown hesitation and disobedience when, instead of giving the crown to the emperor for safekeeping, according to the order of the king, he had carried it to Yugoslavia. "Great," said they, "is the pride and ambition of that lord, and if he should have the person of the king in his castle, who knows what he might do, or what he would ask for his services? Who knows what he would not try, or wish to seize the whole government in his own hands, and become the protector not only of the entire country but of the king?" These advised the king, therefore, to wait for the retreat of the Swedes and repair to Czestochowa, as to the place from which grace and rebirth had spread over the Commonwealth. But others gave different opinions. "The Swedes are yet at Czestochowa, and though by the grace of God they will not capture the place, still there are no unoccupied roads. All the districts about there are in Swedish hands. The enemy are at Kjepsi, Viliuni, Cracow. Along the boundary also considerable forces are disposed. In the mountains near the Hungarian border, where Ljubavla is situated, there are no troops save those of the marshal. The Swedes have never gone to that distance, not having men enough nor daring sufficient. From Ljubavia it is nearer to Russia, which is free of hostile occupation, and to Lvov, which has not ceased to be loyal, and to the Tartars, who, according to information, are coming with succor. All these are waiting specifically for the decision of the king." "As to Pan Lubomirski," said the Bishop of Cracow, "his ambition will be satisfied with this, that he will receive the king first in his starostaship of Spij, and will surround him with protection. The government will remain with the king, but the hope itself of great services will satisfy the marshal. If he wishes to tower above all others through his loyalty, then, whether his loyalty flows from ambition or from love to the king and the country, his majesty will always receive notable profit." This opinion of a worthy and experienced bishop seemed the most proper; therefore it was decided that the king should go through the mountains to Ljubovia, and thence to Lvov, or whithersoever circumstances might dictate. They discussed also the day of returning, but the voevoda of Lensht, who had just come from his mission to the emperor for aid, said that it was better not to fix the date, but to leave the decision to the king, so that the news might not be spread and the enemy forewarned. They decided only this, that the king would move on with 300 dragoons, under command of Tyzenhauz, who, though young, enjoyed already the reputation of a great soldier. But still more important was the second part of the deliberations, in which it was voted unanimously that on his arrival in the country, government and the direction of the war should pass into the hands of the king, whom nobles, troops, and hetmans were to obey in all things. They spoke besides of the future, and touched upon the causes of those sudden misfortunes which, as a deluge, had covered the whole land in such a brief period. And the primate himself gave no other cause for this than the disorder, want of obedience, and excessive contempt for the office and majesty of the king. He was heard in silence, for each man understood that it was a question here of the fate of the Commonwealth, and of great, hitherto unexampled changes in it, which might bring back the ancient power of the state, and which was long desired by the wise queen who loved her adopted country. From the mouth of the worthy prince of the church there came words like thunderbolts, and the souls of the hearers opened to the truth, almost as flowers open to the sun. "Not against ancient liberties do I rise," said the primate, "but against that license which with its own hands is murdering the country. In very truth, men have forgotten in this Commonwealth the distinction between freedom and license; and as excessive pleasure ends in pain, so freedom unchecked has ended in slavery. You have descended to such error, citizens of this illustrious Commonwealth, that only he among you passes for a defender of liberty who raises an uproar, who breaks diets and opposes the king, not when it is needful, but when for the king it is a question of saving the country. In our treasury the bottom of the chest can be seen. The soldier unpaid seeks pay of the enemy. The diets, the only foundation of this Commonwealth, are dissolved after having done nothing; for one disorderly man, one evil citizen, for his own private purpose may prevent deliberation. What manner of liberty is that which permits one man to stand against all? If that is freedom for one man, then it is bondage for all others. And where have we gone with the use of this freedom which seems such sweet fruit? Behold one weak enemy, against whom our ancestors gained so many splendid victories, now, sicut fulgur exit ab occidente et poret usque ad orientem, flashes like lightning from the west, and goes as far as the east. No one opposes him. Traitorous heretics aided him, and he seized possession of all things. He persecutes the faith, he desecrates churches, and when you speak of your liberties, he shows you the sword. Behold what your provincial diets have come to, what your veto has come to, what your license has come to, your degradation of the king at every step. Your king, the natural defender of the country, you have rendered, first of all, powerless, and then you complain that he does not defend you. You did not want your own government, and now the enemy is governing. And who, I ask, can save us in this fall? Who can bring back ancient glory to this commonwealth, if not he who has spent so much of his life and time for it? When the unhappy domestic war with the Cossacks tore it, who exposed his consecrated person to dangers such as no monarch in our time has passed through? Who, at Zborovo, at Berestechko, and at Jovanets, fought like a common soldier, bearing toils and hardships beyond his station of king? To him now we will confide ourselves. To him, with the example of the ancient Romans, we will give the dictatorship, and take counsel ourselves how to save in time coming this fatherland from domestic enemies, from vice, license, disorder, disobedience, and restore due dignity to the government and the king. So spoke the primate, and misfortune with the experience of recent times had changed his hearers in such a degree that no man protested, for all saw clearly that either the power of the king must be strengthened, or the commonwealth must perish without fail. They began therefore to consider in various ways how to bring the counsels of the primate into practice. The king and queen listened to them eagerly and with joy, especially the queen, who had labored long and earnestly at the introduction of order into the commonwealth. The king returned then to Glogov, glad and satisfied, and summoning a number of confidential officers, among whom was Kmita, he said: "I am impatient. My stay in this country is burning me. I could wish to start even tomorrow. Therefore I have called you, as men of arms and experience, to provide ready methods. It is a pity that we should lose time, when our presence may hasten considerably a general war." "In truth," said Lugovsky, "if such is the will of your royal grace, why delay? The sooner the better." "While the affair is not noised about, and the enemy do not double their watchfulness," added Colonel Wolfe. "The enemy are already on their guard, and have taken possession of the road so far as they are able," said Kmita. "How is that?" asked the king. "Gracious lord, your intended return is no news for the Swedes. Almost every day a report travels over the whole Commonwealth that your royal grace is already on the road, or even now in your realms, inter regna. Therefore it is necessary to observe the greatest care, and to hurry by through narrow places stealthily, for Douglas's scouts are waiting on the roads." "The best carefulness," said Tyzenhauz, looking at Kmita, "is 300 faithful sabres, and if my gracious lord gives me command over them, I will conduct him in safety, even over the breasts of Douglas's scouts." "You will conduct if there are just 300; but suppose that you meet 600 or 1,000, or come upon a superior force waiting in ambush, what then?" "I say 300," answered Tyzenhauz, "for 300 were mentioned. If, however, that is too small a party, we can provide 500 and even more." "God save us from that! The larger the party, the more noise it will make," said Kmita. "I think that the marshal of the kingdom will come out to meet us with his squadrons," put in the king. "The marshal will not come out," answered Kmita, "for he will not know the day and the hour, and even if he did know, some delay might happen on the road, as is usual. It is difficult to foresee everything." "A soldier says that, a genuine soldier," said the king. "It is clear that you are not a stranger to war." Kmita laughed, for he remembered his attacks on Hovanski. Who was more skilled than he in such actions? To whom could the escort of the king be entrusted with more judgment? But Tyzenhauz was evidently of a different opinion from the king, for he frowned and said with sarcasm against Kmita: "We wait, then, for your enlightened counsel." Kmita felt ill will in the words; therefore he fixed his glance on Tyzenhauz and answered: "My opinion is that the smaller the party, the easier it will pass." "How is that?" "The will of your royal grace is unfettered," said Kmita, "and can do what it likes; but my reason teaches me this: let Pan Tyzenhauz go ahead with the dragoons, giving out purposely that he is conducting the king. This he will do to attract the enemy to himself. His affair is to wind out, to escape from the trap safely. and we with a small band in a day or two will move after him with your royal grace, and when the enemy's attention is turned in another direction it will be easy for us to reach Lyubovla." The king clapped his hands with delight. "God sent us a soldier!" cried he. "Solomon could not judge better. I give my vote for this plan, and there must not be another. They will hunt for the king among the dragoons, and the king will pass by under their noses. It could not be better." "Gracious king!" cried Tyzenhauz, "that is pastime." "Soldiers' pastime," said the king; "but no matter, I will not recede from that plan." Kmita's eyes shone from delight because his opinion had prevailed, but Tyzenhauz sprang from his seat. "Gracious lord," said he, "I resign my command from the dragoons. Let some one else lead them." "And why is that?" "For if your royal grace will go without defence, exposed to the play of fortune, to every destructive chance which may happen, I wish to be near your person to expose my breast for you, and to die should the need be." "I thank you for your sincere intention," answered Yan Kazimir, "but calm yourself, for in just such a way as Babinich advises shall I be least exposed." "Let Pan Babinich, or whatever his name may be, take what he advises on his own responsibility. It may concern him that your royal grace be lost in the mountains. I take as witness God and my companions here present that I advised against it from my soul." Scarcely had he finished speaking when Kmita sprang up, and standing face to face with Tyzenhauz asked, "What do you mean by these words?" Tyzenhauz measured him haughtily with his eyes from head to foot, and said, "Do not strain your head, little man, toward mine. The place is too high for you." To which Kmita, with lightning in his eyes, replied, "It is not known for whom it would be too high if—" "If what?" asked Tyzenhauz, looking at him quickly. "If I should reach higher people than you." Tyzenhauz laughed. "But where would you seek them?" "Silence!" said the king suddenly, with a frown. "Do not begin a quarrel in my presence." Yan Kazimir made an impression of such dignity on all surrounding him that both young men were silent and confused, remembering that in the presence of the king unseemly words had escaped them. But the king added, "No one has the right to exalt himself above that cavalier who burst the siege gun and escaped from Swedish hands, even though his father lived in a village, which as I see was not the case, for a bird from his feathers, and blood from deeds are easily known. Drop your offences." Here the king turned to Tyzenhauz. "You wish it, then remain with our person. We may not refuse that. Wolf or Denhof will lead the dragoons. But Babinich too will remain, and we will go according to his counsel, for he has pleased our heart." "I wash my hands," said Tyzenhauz. "Only preserve the secret, gentlemen. Let the dragoons go to Ratibor to day, and spread as widely as possible the report that I am with them. And then be on the watch, for you know not the day nor the hour. Go, Tyzenhauz, give the order to the captain of the dragoons." Tyzenhauz went out wringing his hands from anger and sorrow. After him went other officers. That same day the news thundered all through Glogov that the king had already gone to the boundaries of the Commonwealth. Even many distinguished senators thought that the departure had really taken place. Couriers, sent purposely, took the report to Opel and to the roads on the boundary. Tyzenhauz, though he had declared that he had washed his hands, did not give up the affair as lost. As attendant of the king, he had access to the person of the monarch every moment made easy. That very day, therefore, after the dragoons had gone, he stood before the face of Yan Kazimir, or rather before both royal persons, for Maria Ludwika was present. "I have come for the order," said he. "When do we start?" "The day after tomorrow, before dawn." "Are many people to go?" "You will go, Lugovski with the soldiers. The Castellan of Sandomir goes also with me. I begged him to take as few men as possible, but we cannot dispense with a few trusty and tried sabres. Besides, his holiness the nuncio wishes to accompany me. His presence will add importance, and will touch all who are faithful to the true church. He does not hesitate therefore to expose his sacred person to hazard. Do you have a care that there are not more than 40 horses? For that is Babinich's counsel." "Gracious lord!" said Tyzenhauz. "And what do you wish yet?" "On my knees I implore one favor. The question is settled. The dragoons have gone. We shall travel without defense, and the first scouting party of a few tens of horses may capture us. Listen, your royal grace, to the prayer of your servant, on whose faithfulness God is looking, and do not trust in everything to that noble. He is an adroit man, since he has been able in so short a time to steal into your heart and favor, but—" "Do you envy him?" interrupted the king. "I do not envy him, gracious lord. I do not wish even to suspect him of treason positively. But I would swear that his name is not Babinich. Why does he hide his real name? Why is it somehow inconvenient to tell what he did before the siege of Czestochowa? Why specially has he insisted upon dragoons going out first, and that your royal grace should go without an escort?" The king thought a while, and began, according to his custom, to pout his lips repeatedly. "If it were a question of collusion with the Swedes," said he at last, "what could 300 dragoons do? What power would they be, and what protection? Babinich would need merely to notify the Swedes to dispose a few hundred infantry along the roads, and they could take us as in a net. But only think if there can be a question of treason here. He would have had to know beforehand the date of our journey, and to inform the Swedes in Cracow, and how could he do so, since we move the day after tomorrow? He could not even guess that we would choose his plan. We might have gone according to your suggestion or that of others. It was at first decided to go with the dragoons. Then if he wished to talk with the Swedes, this special party would have confused his arrangements, for he would have had to send out new messengers and give fresh notice. All these are irrefragable reasons. And besides, he did not insist at all on his opinion, as you say. He only offered, as did others, what seemed to him best. No, no. Sincerity is looking forth from the eyes of that noble, and his burned side bears witness that he is ready to disregard even torture." "His royal grace is right," said the queen on a sudden. "These points are irrefragable, and the advice was and is good." Tyzenhauz knew from experience that when the queen gave her opinion it would be vain for him to appeal to the king. Yan Kazimir had such confidence in her wit and penetration. And it was a question now with the young man only that the king should observe needful caution. "It is not my duty," answered he, "to oppose my king and queen. But if we are to go the day after tomorrow, let this Babinich not know of it till the hour of departure." "That may be," said the king. "And on the road I will have an eye on him, and should anything happen he will not go alive from my hands." "You will not have to act," said the queen. "Listen, not you will preserve the king from evil happenings on the road, from treason and the snares of enemy. Not you, not Babinich, not the dragoons. Not the powers of earth, but the providence of God, whose eye is turned continually on the shepherds of nations and the anointed of the Lord. It will guard him, it will protect him and bring him safely, and in case of need send him assistance, of which you do not even think, you who believe in earthly power only." "Most serene lady," answered Tyzenhauz, "I believe too that without the will of God not a hair will fall from the head of any man, but to guard the king's person through fear of traitors is no sin for me." Maria Ludwika smiled graciously. "But you suspect too hastily, and thus cast shame on a whole nation, in which, as this same Babinich has said, there has not yet been found one to raise his hand against his own king. Let it not astonish you that after such desertion, after such a breaking of oaths and faiths as the king and I have experienced, I say still that no one has dared such a terrible crime, not even those who today serve the Swedes." "Prince Boguslav's letter, gracious lady?" "That letter utters untruth," said the queen with decision. "If there is a man in the Commonwealth ready to betray even the king, that man is Prince Boguslav, for he in name only belongs to this people." "Speaking briefly, do not put suspicion on Babinich," said the king. "As to his name, it must be doubled in your head. Besides, we may ask him, but how can we say to him here, how inquire, 'If you are not Babinich, then what is your name?' Such a question might pain an honest man terribly, and I'll risk my head that he is an honest man." "At such a price, gracious lord, I would not convince myself of his honesty." "Well, well, we are thankful for your care. Tomorrow for prayer and penance, and the day after to the road, to the road." Tyzenhauz withdrew with a sigh, and in the greatest secrecy began preparations that very day for the journey. Even dignitaries who were to accompany the king were not all informed of the time, but the servants were ordered to have the horses in readiness, for they may start any day for Ratibor. The king did not show himself the entire following day, even in the church, but he lay in the form of a cross in his own room till night, fasting and imploring the King of Kings for aid, not for himself, but for the Commonwealth. Maria Ludwika, together with her ladies in waiting, was also in prayer. Then the following night freshened the strength of the wearied ones, and when in the darkness the Glogov church bell sounded to matins, the hour had struck for the journey. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 9. They rode through Ratibor, merely stopping to feed the horses. No one recognized the king, no one paid much attention to the party, for all were occupied with the recent passage of the dragoons, among whom, as all thought, was the King of Poland. The retinue was about 50 in number, for several dignitaries accompanied the king. 5 bishops alone, and among others the nuncio, ventured to share with him the toils of a journey not without peril. The road within the boundary of the empire, however, presented no danger. At Oderberg, not far from the junction of the Olsha with the Odra, they entered Moravia. The day was cloudy, and snow fell so thickly that it was not possible to see the road a few steps ahead. But the king was joyous and full of courage, for a sign had been manifested which all considered most favorable, and which contemporary historians did not neglect to insert in their chronicles. Behold, just as the king was departing from Golgov, a little bird, entirely white, appeared before his horse and began to circle round, rising at times in the air, at times coming down to the head of the king, chirping and twittering joyously meanwhile. They remembered that a similar bird, but black, had circled over the king when he was retreating from Warsaw before the Swedes. But this was white, exactly of the size and form of a swallow, which fact roused the greater wonder, because it was deep winter, and swallows were not thinking yet of return. But all were rejoiced, and the king for the first few days spoke of nothing else, and promised himself the most successful future. It appeared from the beginning, too, how sound was Kmita's advice to travel apart. Everywhere in Moravia people were telling of the recent passage of the King of Poland. Some stated that they had seen him with their own eyes, all in armor, with a sword in his hand and a crown on his head. Various stories also were current of the forces which he had with him, and in general the number of his dragoons was exaggerated to the fabulous. There were some who had seen 10,000, and who could not wait till the last horses, men, gunners, and flags had passed. "Surely," said they, "the Swedes will spring before them, but what will they do with such a force is unknown." "Well," asked the king of Tyzenhauz, "was not Babinich right?" "We are not in Yublovia yet, gracious lord," replied the young magnate. Babinich was satisfied with himself and with the journey. Generally he went ahead of the king's party with the 3 Kmicics, examining the road. Sometimes he rode with the rest, entertaining the king with narratives of single incidents in the siege of Czestochowa, of which the king never had enough. And almost every hour that young hero, cheerful, mettlesome, eagle-like, drew nearer the heart of the king. Time passed for the monarch now in prayer, now in pious meditation on eternal life, now in discussing the coming war and the aid hoped from the emperor, and finally in looking at nightly amusements with which the attendant soldiers endeavored to shorten the time of the journey. For Yan Kazimir had this in his nature, that his mind passed easily from seriousness almost to frivolity, from hard labor to amusements, to which, when there was leisure, he gave himself with his whole soul, as if no care, no grief had pressed him at any time. The soldiers then exhibited themselves, each with what he could do. The Kmicics, Kosma, and Damian, immense and awkward figures, amused the king by breaking horseshoes, which they broke like canes. He paid them a thaler apiece, though his wallet was empty enough, for all his money and even the diamonds and paraphernalia of the queen had been spent on the army. Pan Andrei exhibited himself by throwing a heavy hatchet, which he hurled upward with such force that it was barely visible, and then he sprang under the instrument with his horse and caught it by the handle as it fell. At the sight of this the king clapped his hands. "I saw that done," said he, "by Pan Slushka, brother of the vice-chancellor's wife, but he threw not so high by half." "This is customary with us in Lithuania," said Pan Andrei, "and when a man practices it from childhood he becomes skillful." "Whence have you those scars across the lip?" asked the king of him once, pointing to Kmita's scars. "Some one went through you well with the sabre." "That is not from a sabre, gracious lord, but from a bullet. I was fired at by a man who put the pistol to my mouth." "An enemy, or one of ours?" "One of ours, but an enemy whom I shall yet call to account, and till that happens it is not proper for me to speak of it." "Have you such animosity as that?" "I have no animosity, gracious lord, for on my head I bear a still deeper scar from a sabre, through which cut my soul almost left me. But since an honorable man did it, I harbor no offense against him." Kmita removed his cap and showed the king a deep furrow, the white edges of which were perfectly visible. "I am not ashamed of this wound," said he, "for it was given me by such a master that there is not another like him in the Commonwealth." "Who is such a master?" "Pan Wołodyjowski." "For God's sake, I know him! He did wonders at Zbaraj, and I was at the wedding of his comrade Skshetuski, who was the first to bring me news of the besieged. Those are great cavaliers! And with them was a third, him the whole army glorified as the greatest of all. A fat noble, and so amusing that we almost burst our sides from laughter." "That is Pan Zagloba, I think," said Kmita. "He is a man not only brave, but full of wonderful stratagems." "Do you know what they are doing now?" "Volodyovski used to lead dragoons with the voevoda of Vilna." The king frowned. "And is he serving the Swedes now with the prince voevoda?" "He? The Swedes? He is with Pan Sapyeha. I saw myself how, after the treason of the prince, he threw his baton at his feet." "Oh, he is a worthy soldier!" answered the king. "From Pan Sapyeha we have had news from Tykotsin, where he is besieging the voevoda. God give him luck! If all were like him, the Swedish enemy would regret their undertaking." Here Tyzenhauz, who had been listening to the conversation, asked suddenly, "Then were you with Radzivill at Kyedani?" Kmita was somewhat confused, and began to throw up his hatchet. "I was," answered he. "Give peace to your hatchet," said Tyzenhauz. "And what were you doing at the prince's house?" "I was a guest," answered Kmita impatiently, "and I ate his bread until I was disgusted with his treason." "And why did you not go with other honorable soldiers to Pan Sapyeha?" "Because I had made a vow to go to Chenstohova, which you will more easily understand when I tell you that our Ostra Brama was occupied by the Northerners." Tyzenhauz began to shake his head and smack his lips. This attracted the attention of the king, so that he looked inquiringly at Kmita. The latter, made impatient, turned to Tyzenhauz and said, "My worthy sir, why do I not inquire of you where you have been and what you have been doing?" "Ask me," replied Tyzenhauz. "I have nothing to conceal." "Neither am I before a court, and if I shall ever be, you will not be my judge. Leave me then, that I lose not my patience." When he had said this, he hurled the hatchet so sharply that it grew small in the height. The king raised his eyes after it, and at that moment he was thinking of nothing save this: would Babinich catch it in its fall, or would he not catch it? Babinich put spurs to his horse, sprang forward, and caught it. That same evening Tyzenhauz said to the king, "Gracious lord, this noble pleases me less and less." "But me more and more," answered the king, pursing his lips. "I heard to day one of his people call him colonel. He only looked threateningly, and straightway confused the man. There is something in that." "And it seems to me sometimes that he does not wish to tell everything," added the king, "but that is his affair." "No, gracious lord," exclaimed Tyzenhauz forcibly, "it is not his affair. It is our affair, and that of the whole Commonwealth. For if he is some traitor who is planning the death or captivity of your royal grace, then with your person will perish all those who at this moment have taken arms. The whole Commonwealth will perish, which you alone are competent to save." "I will ask him myself to morrow." "God grant that I be a false prophet, but nothing good looks out of his eyes. He is too smart, too bold, too daring, and such people are ready for anything." The king looked troubled. Next morning, when they moved on their journey, he beckoned Kmita to approach him. "Where were you, colonel?" asked the king suddenly. A moment of silence followed. Kmita struggled with himself; the wish was burning him to spring from his horse, fall at the feet of the king, and throw off the burden he was bearing, tell the whole truth at once. But he thought of the fearful impression which the name Kmita would make, especially after the letter of Prince Boguslav Radzivill. How could he, who had been the right hand of Radzivill, who had maintained the preponderance of Prince Yanush, who had aided him in scattering his disobedient squadrons, who supported him in treason, how could he, accused and suspected of the most terrible crime, an attack on the person of the king, succeed in convincing the king, the bishops, and senators that he had corrected himself, that he was transformed? With what could he show the sincerity of his intentions? What proofs could he bring save naked words? His former offences pursue him unceasingly, unsparingly, as furious dogs a wild beast in the forest. He determined on silence. But he felt also unspeakable disgust and hatred of subterfuge. Must he throw dust in the eyes of the king, whom he loved with all the power of his soul, and deceive him with fictitious tales? He felt that strength failed him for this; therefore he said, after a while, "Gracious king, the time will come, perhaps soon, in which I shall open my whole soul to your royal grace as in confession to a priest. But I wish deeds to vouch for me, for my sincere intention, for my loyalty and my love of majesty, not words simply. I have offended against you, my gracious lord, and the country, and I have repented too little yet; therefore I am seeking service in which I can find reparation more easily. Besides, who has not offended? Who in the whole Commonwealth does not need to beat his breast? It may be that I have offended more grievously than others, but I was the first also to bethink myself. Do not inquire, gracious lord, about anything until the present service will convince you concerning me. Do not ask, for I cannot answer without closing the road of salvation to myself. For God is the witness, and the most holy Lady our Queen, that I had no evil intent, that I am ready to give the last drop of my blood for you." Here Pan Andrei's eyes grew moist, and such sincerity and sorrow appeared on his face that his countenance defended him with greater power than his words. "God is looking at my intentions," said he, "and will account them to me at judgment. But, gracious lord, if you do not trust me, dismiss me. Remove me from your person. I will follow at a distance, so as to come in time of difficulty, even without being called, and lay down my life for you. And then, gracious lord, you will believe that I am not a traitor, but one of that kind of servants of whom you have not many, even among those who cast suspicion on others." "I believe you to day," said the king. "Remain near our person as before, for treason does not speak in such fashion." "I thank your royal grace," answered Kmita, and reining in his horse somewhat, he pushed back among the last ranks of the party. But Tyzenhauz did not limit himself to conveying suspicions to the king. The result was that all began to look askance at Kmita. Audible conversation ceased at his approach, and whispers began. Every movement of his was followed, every word considered. Kmita noticed this, and was ill at ease among these men. Even the king, though he did not remove confidence from him, had not for Pan Andrei such a joyful countenance as before. Therefore the young hero lost his daring, grew gloomy, sadness and bitterness took possession of his heart. Formerly in front among the first, he used to make his horse prance; now he dragged on many yards behind the cavalcade, with hanging head and gloomy thoughts. At last the Carpathians stood white before the travelers. Snow lay on their slopes, clouds spread their unwieldy bodies on the summits, and when an evening came clear at sunset, those mountains put on flaming garments from which marvellously bright gleams went forth till quenched in the darkness, embracing the whole world. Kmita gazed on those wonders of nature which to that time he had never seen, and though greatly grieved, he forgot his cares from admiration and wonder. Each day those giants grew greater, more mighty, till at last the retinue of the king came to them and entered a pass which opened on a sudden like a gate. "The boundary must be near," said the king with emotion. Then they saw a small wagon drawn by one horse, and in the wagon a peasant. The king's men stopped him at once. "Man," said Tyzenhauz, "are we in Poland? Beyond that cliff and that little river is the emperor's boundary, but you are standing on the king's land. Which way is it then to Jyvits?" "Go straight ahead, and you will come to the road." And the mountaineer whipped his horse. Tyzenhauz galloped to the retinue standing at a distance. "Gracious lord," cried he with emotion, "you are now in Terregna, for at that little river your kingdom begins." The king said nothing, only made a sign to hold his horse, dismounted, and throwing himself on his knees, raised his eyes and his hands upward. At sight of this all dismounted and followed his example. That king, then a wanderer, fell after a moment in the form of a cross on the snow, and began to kiss that land, so beloved and so thankless, which in time of disaster had refused refuge to his head. Silence followed, and only sighs interrupted it. The evening was frosty, clear. The mountains and the summits of the neighboring fir trees were in purple, Farther off in the shadow they had begun to put on violet, but the road on which the king was lying turned as it were into a ruddy and golden ribbon, and rays fell on the king, bishops, and dignitaries. Then a breeze began from the summits, and bearing on its wings sparks of snow, flew to the valley. Therefore the nearer fir trees began to bend their snow-covered heads, bow to their lord, and to make a joyous and rustling sound, as if they were singing that old song, "Be welcome to us, thou dear master." Darkness had already filled the air when the king's retinue moved forward. Beyond the defile was spread out a rather roomy plain, the other end of which was lost in the distance. Light was dying all around; only in one place the sky was still bright with red. The king began to repeat Ave Maria. After him the others with concentration of spirit repeated the pious words. Their native land, unvisited by them for a long time, the mountains which night was now covering, the dying twilight, the prayer, all these caused a solemnity of heart and mind. Hence, after the prayer, the king, the dignitaries, and the knights rode on in silence. Night fell, but in the east the sky was shining still more redly. "Let us go toward that twilight," said the king at last. "It is a wonder that it is shining yet." Then Kmita galloped up. "Gracious lord, that is a fire!" cried he. All halted. "How is that?" asked the king. "It seems to me that 'tis the twilight." "A fire! A fire! I am not mistaken!" cried Kmita. And indeed, of all the attendants of the king, he knew most in that matter. At last it was no longer possible to doubt, since above that supposed twilight were rising as it were red clouds, rolling now brighter, now darker in turn. "It's as if Żywiec were burning!" cried the king. "Maybe the enemy is ravaging it." He had not finished speaking when to their ears flew the noise of men, the snorting of horses, and a number of dark figures appeared before the retinue. "Halt! Halt!" cried Tyzenhauz. These figures halted, as if uncertain what to do further. "Who are you?" was asked from the retinue. "Ours!" said a number of voices. "Ours! We are escaping with our lives from Żywiec. The Swedes are burning Żywiec and murdering people." "Stop, in God's name! What do you say? Whence have they come?" "They were waiting for our king. There is a power of them, a power. May the Mother of God have the king in her keeping." Tyzenhauz lost his head for a moment. "See what it is to go with a small party," cried he to Kmita. "Would that you were killed for such counsel." Yan Kazimir began to inquire himself of the fugitives. "But where is the king?" "The king has gone to the mountains with a great army. 2 days ago he passed through Żywiec, but they pursued him and were fighting somewhere near Suha. We have not heard whether they took him or not, but today they returned to Żywiec and are burning and murdering." "Go with God," said Yan Kazimir. The fugitives shot past quickly. "See what would have met us had we gone with the dragoons!" exclaimed Kmita. "Gracious king," said Father Gambitsky, "the enemy is before us. What are we to do?" All surrounded the monarch, as if wishing to protect him with their persons from sudden danger. The king gazed on that fire which was reflected in his eyes, and he was silent. No one advanced an opinion, so difficult was it to give good advice. "When I was going out of the country a fire lighted me," said Yan Kazimir at last, "and when I enter another gives light." Again silence, only still longer than before. "Who has any advice?" inquired Father Gambitsky at last. Then the voice of Tyzenhauz was heard, full of bitterness and insult. He who did not hesitate to expose the king's person to danger, who said that the king should go without a guard, let him now give advice. At this moment a horseman pushed out of the circle. It was Kmita. "Very well," said he, and rising in the stirrups he shouted, turning to his attendants standing at some distance, "Kyemliches, after me." Then he urged his horse to a gallop, and after him shot the 3 horsemen with all the breath that was in the breasts of their horses. A cry of despair came from Tyzenhauz. "That is a conspiracy," said he. "These traitors will give us up surely. Gracious king, save yourself while there is time, for the enemy will soon close the pass. Gracious king, save yourself. Back, back." "Let us return, let us return!" cried the bishops and dignitaries in one voice. Yan Kazimir became impatient. Lightnings flashed from his eyes. Suddenly he drew his sword from its sheath and cried, "May God not grant me to leave my country a second time. Come what may, I have had enough of that." And he put spurs to his horse to move forward, but the nuncio himself seized the reins. "Your Royal Grace," said he, seriously, "you bear on your shoulders the fate of the Catholic Church and the country, therefore you are not free to expose your person." "Not free," repeated the bishops. "I will not return to Silesia, so help me the Holy Cross," answered Yan Kazimir. "Gracious Lord, listen to the prayers of your subjects," said the Castellan of Sandomir. "If you do not wish to return to the Emperor's territory, let us go at least from this place and turn toward the Hungarian boundary, or let us go back through this pass, so that our return be not intercepted. There we will wait. In case of an attack by the enemy, escape on horses will remain to us, but at least let them not enclose us as in a trap." "Let it be even so," said the king. "I do not reject prudent counsel, but I will not go wandering a second time. If we cannot appear by this road, we will by another. But I think that you are alarmed in vain. Since the Swedes looked for us among the dragoons, as the people from Gliwice said, it is clear proof that they know nothing of us, and that there is no treason or conspiracy. Just consider, you are men of experience. The Swedes would not have attacked the dragoons. They would not have fired a gun at them if they knew that we were following them. Be calm, gentlemen. Babinich has gone with his men for news, and he will return soon of a certainty." When he had said this, the king turned his horse toward the pass, after him his attendants. They halted on the spot where the first mountaineer had shown them the boundary. A quarter of an hour passed, then a half hour and an hour. "Have you noticed, gentlemen," asked the voevoda of Lenchytsk on a sudden, "that the fire is decreasing?" "It is going out, going out! You can almost see it die," said a number of voices. "That is a good sign," said the king. "I will go ahead with a few men," said Tyzenhauz. "We will halt about a furlong from here, and if the Swedes come we will detain them till we die. In every case there will be time to think of the safety of the king's person." "Remain with the party. I forbid you to go," said the king. To which Tyzenhauz answered, "Gracious lord, give command later to shoot me for disobedience, but now I will go, for now it is a question of you." And calling upon a number of soldiers in whom it was possible to trust in every emergency, he moved forward. They halted at the other end of the defile which opened into the valley, and stood in silence, with muskets ready, holding their ears toward every sound. The silence lasted long. Finally the sound of snow trampled by horses' feet came to them. "They are coming," whispered one of the soldiers. "That is no party, only a few horses are to be heard," answered the other. "Pan Babinich is returning." Meanwhile those approaching came in the darkness within a few tens of yards. "Who is there?" cried Tyzenhauz. "Ours! Do not fire there!" sounded the voice of Kmita. At that moment he appeared before Tyzenhauz, and not knowing him in the darkness, inquired, "But where is the king?" "At the end of the pass." "Who is speaking? For I cannot see." "Tyzenhauz. But what is that great bundle which you have before you?" And he pointed to some dark form hanging before Kmita on the front of the saddle. Pan Andrei made no answer, but rode on. When he had reached the king's escort, he recognized the person of the king, for it was much clearer beyond the pass, and cried, "Gracious lord, the road is open." "Are there no Swedes in Gliwice?" "They have gone to Wadowice. That was a party of German mercenaries. But here is one of them, gracious lord, ask him yourself." And Pan Andrei pushed to the ground that form which he held before him, so that a groan was heard in the still night. "Who is that?" asked the astonished king. "A horseman." "As God is dear to me! And you have brought an informant. How is that? Tell me." "Gracious lord, when a wolf prowls in the night around a flock of sheep, it is easy for him to seize one, and besides, to tell the truth, this is not the first time with me." The king raised his hands. "But this Babinich is a soldier, may the bullets strike him! I see that with such servants I can go even in the midst of Swedes." Meanwhile all gathered around the horseman, who did not rise from the ground, however. "Ask him, gracious lord," said Kmita, not without a certain boastfulness in his voice, "though I do not know whether he will answer, for he is throttled a little, and there is nothing here to burn him with." "Pour some gorailka in his throat," said the king. And indeed that medicine helped more than burning, for the horseman soon recovered strength and voice. Then Kmita, putting a sword point to his throat, commanded him to tell the whole truth. The prisoner confessed that he belonged to the regiment of Colonel Eilhorn, that they had intelligence of the passage of the king with dragoons, therefore they fell upon them near Suha, but meeting firm resistance they had to withdraw to Jiviots, whence they marched on to Wadowice and Cracow, for such were their orders. "Are there other divisions of the Swedes in the mountains?" asked Kmita in German, while squeezing the throat of the horseman somewhat more vigorously. "Maybe there are some," answered he in a broken voice. "General Douglas sent scouting parties around, but they are all withdrawing, for the peasants are attacking them in passes." "Were you the only ones in the neighborhood of Jiviots?" "The only ones." "Do you know that the King of Poland has passed?" "He passed with those dragoons who fought with us at Suha. Many saw him." "Why did you not pursue him?" "We were afraid of the mountaineers." Here Kmita began again in Polish. "Gracious lord, the road is open, and you will find a night's lodging in Jiviots, for only a part of the place is burned." But unconfiding Tyzenhauz was speaking at this time with the Castellan of Wołynik, and said, "Either that is a great warrior and true as gold, or a finished traitor. Consider, your worthiness, that all this may be simulated, from the taking of this horseman to his confederates. And if this is a trick, if the Swedes are in ambush in Jiviots, if the king goes and falls into a net?" "It is safer to convince one's self," answered the Castellan of Wołynik. Then Tyzenhauz turned to the king and said aloud, "Gracious lord, permit me to go ahead to Jiviots and convince myself that what this cavalier says and what this trooper declares is true." "Let it be so. Permit them to go, gracious lord," said Kmita. "Go," said the king, "but we will move forward a little, for it is cold." Tyzenhauz rushed on at all speed, and the escort of the king began to move after him slowly. The king regained his good humor and cheerfulness, and after a while said to Kmita, "But with you it is possible to hunt Swedes as birds with a falcon, for you strike from above." "That is my fashion," said Kmita. "Whenever your royal grace wishes to hunt, the falcon will always be ready." "Tell me how you caught him." "That is not difficult. When a regiment marches, there are always a few men who lag in the rear, and I got this one about half a furlong behind. I rode up to him. He thought that I was one of his own people; he was not on his guard, and before he could think I had seized and gagged him so that he could not shout." "You said that this was not your first time. Have you then practiced somewhere before?" Kmita laughed. "Oh, gracious lord, I have, and that of the best. Let your royal grace but give the order, and I will go again, overtake them, for their horses are road weary, take another man, and order my Kyemliches to take also." They advanced some time in silence, then the tramp of a horse was heard, and Tyzenhauz flew up. "Gracious king," said he, "the road is free, and lodgings are ready." "But did I not say so?" cried Yan Kazimir. "You, gentlemen, had no need to be anxious. Let us ride on now, let us ride, for we have earned our rest." All advanced at a trot, briskly, joyously, and an hour later the wearied king was sleeping a sleep without care on his own territory. That evening Tyzenhauz approached Kmita. "Forgive me," he said. "Out of love for the king I brought you under suspicion." Kmita refused his hand and said, "Oh, that cannot be! You made me a traitor and a betrayer." "I would have done more, for I would have shot you in the head. But since I have convinced myself that you are an honest man and love the king, I stretch out my hand to you. If you wish, take it; if not, take it not. I would prefer to have no rivalry with you save that of attachment to the king, but I am not afraid of other rivalry." "Is that your thought? Perhaps you are right, but I am angry with you." "Well, stop being angry. You are a strong soldier, but give us your lips, so that we may not lie down to sleep in hatred." "Let it be so," said Kmita, and they fell into each other's arms. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 10. The king's party arrived at Jiviots late in the evening, and paid almost no attention to the place, which was terrified by the recent attack of the Swedish detachment. The king did not go to the castle, which had been ravaged by the enemy and burned in part, but stopped at the priest's house. Kmita spread the news that the party was escorting the ambassador of the emperor, who was going from Silesia to Cracow. Next morning they held on toward Wadawicy, and then turned considerably to one side toward Sucha. From this place they were to pass through Kichechony to Jordanovo, thence to Novi Targ, and if it appeared that there were no Swedish parties near Chohorstin, to go to Chohorstin. If there were, they were to turn toward Hungary and advance on Hungarian soil to Librivox. The king hoped, too, that the marshal of the kingdom, who disposed of forces so considerable that no reigning prince had so many, would make the road safe and hasten forth to meet his sovereign. Only this could prevent, that the marshal knew not which road the king would take. But among the mountaineers there was no lack of trusty men ready to bear word to the marshal. There was no need even of confiding the secret to them, for they went willingly when told it was a question of serving the king. These people, though poor and half wild, tilling little or not at all an ungrateful soil, living by their herds, pious and hating heretics, were, in truth, given heart and soul to the sovereign. They were the first to seize their axes and move from the mountains when news of the taking of Cracow spread through the country, and especially when news came of the siege of Czestochowa, to which pious women were accustomed to go on pilgrimages. General Douglas, a well-known warrior, furnished with cannon and muskets, scattered them, it is true, on the plains, to which they were not accustomed. But the Swedes only with the greatest caution entered their special districts, in which it was not easy to reach them, and easy to suffer disaster, so that some smaller divisions, having needlessly entered this labyrinth of mountains, were lost. And now news of the king's passage with an army had already done its own, for all had sprung up as one man to defend him and accompany him with their axes, even to the end of the world. Yan Kazimir might, if he had only disclosed who he was, have surrounded himself in a short time with thousands of half-wild householders, but he thought justly that in such an event the news would be carried about everywhere by all the whirlwinds through the whole region, and that the Swedes might send out numerous troops to meet him, therefore he chose to travel unknown even to the mountaineers. But in all places trusty guides were found, to whom it was enough to say that they were conducting bishops and lords who desired to preserve themselves from Swedish hands. They were led, therefore, among snows, cliffs, and whirlwinds, and over places so inaccessible that you would have said, a bird cannot fly through them. More than once the king and the dignitaries had clouds below them, and when there were not clouds their glances passed over a shoreless expanse, covered with white snows, an expanse seemingly as wide as the whole country was wide. More than once they entered mountain throats, almost dark, covered with snow, in which perhaps only a wild beast might have its lair. But they avoided places accessible to the enemy, shortening the road, and it happened that at a settlement at which they expected to arrive in half a day appeared suddenly under their feet, and in it they awaited rest and hospitality, though in a smoky hut and a sooty room. The king was in continual good humor. He gave courage to others to endure the excessive toil, and he guaranteed that by such roads they would surely reach Lyubovlia as safely as unexpectedly. "The marshal does not expect that we shall fall on his shoulders," repeated the king frequently. "What was the return of Xenophon to our journey among the clouds?" asked the nuncio. "The higher we rise, the lower will Swedish fortune fall," answered the king. They arrived at Novi Targ. It seemed that all danger was past; still the mountaineers declared that Swedish troops were moving about near Chorstin and in the neighborhood. The king supposed that they might be the marshal's German cavalry, of which he had 2 regiments, or they might be his own dragoons sent in advance and mistaken for the enemy's scouts. Since in Chorstin the Bishop of Cracow had a garrison, opinions were divided in the royal party. Some wished to go by the road to Chohorstin and then pass along the boundary to Spij. Others advised to turn straight to Hungary, which came up in wedge form to Novi Targ, and go over heights and through passes, taking guides everywhere who knew the most dangerous places. This last opinion prevailed, for in that way meeting with the Swedes became almost impossible, and besides this eagle road over the precipices and through the clouds gave pleasure to the king. They passed then from Novi Targ somewhat to the south and west, on the right hand of the Bailey Dunajec. The road at first lay through a region rather open and spacious, but as they advanced the mountains began to run together and the valleys to contract. They went along roads over which horses could barely advance. At times the riders had to dismount and lead, and more than once the beasts resisted, pointing their ears and stretching their distended and steaming nostrils forward towards precipices, from the depths of which death seemed to gaze upward. The mountaineers, accustomed to precipices, frequently considered roads good on which the heads of unaccustomed men turned and their ears rang. At last they entered a kind of rocky chasm, long, straight, and so narrow that 3 men could barely ride abreast in it. 2 cliffs bounded it on the right side and the left. At places, however, the edges inclined, forming slopes less steep, covered with piles of snow, bordered on the edges with dark pine trees. Winds blew away the snow immediately from the bottom of the pass, and the hoofs of horses gritted everywhere on a stony road. But at that moment the wind was not blowing, and such silence reigned that there was a ringing in the ears. Above, where between the woody edges a blue belt of sky was visible, black flocks of birds flew past from time to time, shaking their wings and screaming. The king's party halted for a rest. Clouds of steam rose from the horses, and the men too were tired. "Is this Poland or Hungary?" inquired after a time the king of a guide. "This is Poland." "But why do we not turn directly to Hungary?" "Because it is impossible. At some distance this pass turns, beyond the turn is a cliff, beyond that we come out on the high road, turn, then go through one more pass, and there the Hungarian country begins." "Then I see it would have been better to go by the highway at first," said the king. "Quiet!" cried the mountaineer quickly, and springing to the cliff, he put his ear to it. All fixed their eyes on him. His face changed in a moment, and he said, "Beyond the turn troops are coming from the waterfall. For God's sake, are they not Swedes?" "Where? How? What?" men began to ask on every side. "We hear nothing." "No, for snow is lying on the sides. By God's wounds, they are near. They will be here straight away." "Maybe they are the marshal's troops," said the king. In one moment Kmita urged his horse forward. "I will go and see," said he. The Kyemliches moved that instant after him like hunting dogs in a chase. But barely had they stirred from their places when the turn of the pass, about 100 yards distant, was made black by men and horses. Kmita looked at them, and the soul quivered within him from terror. Swedes were advancing. They were so near that it was impossible to retreat, especially since the king's party had wearied horses. It only remained to break through, to perish, or to go into captivity. The unterrified king understood this in a flash, therefore he seized the hilt of his sword. "Cover the king and retreat!" cried Kmita. Tyzenhauz with 20 men pushed forward in the twinkle of an eye, but Kmita, instead of joining them, moved on at a sharp trot against the Swede. He wore the Swedish dress, the same in which he disguised himself when going out from the cloister. Seeing a horseman coming through them in such a dress, the Swedes thought perhaps this was some party of their own belonging to the King of Sweden. They did not hasten their pace, but the captain commanding pushed out beyond the first 3. "What people are you?" asked he in Swedish, looking at the threatening and pale face of the young man approaching. Kmita rode up to him so closely that their knees almost touched, and without speaking a word fired from a pistol directly into his ear. A shout of terror was rent from the breasts of the Swedish cavalry, but still louder thundered the voice of Pan Andrei, "Strike!" And like a rock torn from a cliff rolling down, crushing everything in its course, so did he fall on the first rank, bearing death and destruction. The 2 young Kyemliches, like 2 bears, sprang after him into the whirl. The clatter of sabres on mail and helmets was heard, like the sound of hammers, and was followed straightway by outcries and groans. It seemed at the first moment to the astonished Swedes that 3 giants had fallen upon them in that wild mountain pass. The first 3 pushed back confused in the presence of the terrible man, and when the succeeding ones had extricated themselves from behind the bend of the pass, those in the rear were thrown back and confused. The horses fell to biting and kicking. The soldiers in the remoter ranks were not able to shoot, nor come to the assistance of those in front, who perished without aid under the blows of the 3 giants. In vain did they fall, in vain did they present their weapon points. Here sabres were breaking, there men and horses fell. Kmita urged his horse till his hoofs were hanging above the heads of the steeds of his opponents. He was raging himself, cutting and thrusting. The blood rushed to his face, and from his eyes fire flashed. All thoughts were quenched in him save one. He might perish, but he must detain the Swedes. That thought turned in him to a species of wild ecstasy. Therefore his powers were trebled, his movements became like those of a leopard, mad and swift as lightning. With blows of his sabre, which were blows beyond human, he crushed men as a thunderbolt crushes young trees. The twin Kyemliches followed, and the old man, standing a trifle in the rear, thrust his rapier out every moment between his sons, as a serpent thrusts out its bloody tongue. Meanwhile, around the king there rose confusion. The nuncio, as at Gliwice, seized the reins of his horse, and on the other side the Bishop of Cracow pulled back the steed with all his force, but the king spurred him till he stood on his hind legs. "Let me go!" cried the king. "As God lives, we shall pass through the enemy." "My lord, think of the country!" cried the Bishop of Cracow. The king was unable to tear himself from their hands, especially since young Tyzenhauz, with all his men, closed the road. Tyzenhauz did not go to help Kmita; he sacrificed him; he wanted only to save the king. "By the passion of our Lord," cried he in despair, "those men will perish immediately. Gracious Lord, save yourself while there is time. I will hold them here yet a while." But the stubbornness of the king, when once roused, reckoned with nothing and no man. Yan Kazimir spurred his horse still more violently, and instead of retreating pushed forward. But time passed, and each moment might bring with it final destruction. "I will die on my own soil. Let me go!" cried the king. Fortunately, against Kmita and the Kyemliches, by reason of the narrowness of the pass, only a small number of men could act at once; consequently they were able to hold out long. But gradually even their powers began to be exhausted. A number of times the rapiers of the Swedes had struck Kmita's body, and his blood began to flow. His eyes were veiled as it were by a mist. The breath halted in his breast. He felt the approach of death, therefore he wanted only to sell his life dearly. "Even one more," repeated he to himself, and he sent down his steel blade on the head or the shoulder of the nearest horseman, and again he turned to another; but evidently the Swedes felt ashamed, after the first moment of confusion and fear, that 4 men were able to detain them so long, and they crowded forward with fury. Soon the very weight of men and horses drove back the 4 men, and each moment more swiftly and strongly. With that Kmita's horse fell, and the torrent covered the rider. The Kyemliches struggled still for a time, like swimmers who, seeing that they are drowning, make efforts to keep their heads above the whirl of the sea; but soon they also fell. Then the Swedes moved on like a whirlwind toward the party of the king. Tyzenhauz with his men sprang against them, and struck them in such a fashion that the sound was heard through the mountains. But what could that handful of men, led by Tyzenhauz, do against a detachment of nearly 300 strong? There was no doubt that for the king and his party the fatal hour of death or captivity must come. Yan Kazimir, preferring evidently the first to the second, freed finally the reins from the hands of the bishops, and pushed forward quickly toward Tyzenhauz. In an instant he halted as if fixed to the earth. Something uncommon had happened. To spectators it seemed as though the mountains themselves were coming to the aid of the rightful king. Behold, on a sudden the edges of the pass quivered as if the earth were moving from its foundations, as if the pines on the mountain desired to take part in the battle, and logs of wood, blocks of snow and ice, stones, fragments of cliffs, began to roll down with a terrible crash and roar on the ranks of the Swedes crowded in the pass. At the same time an unearthly howl was heard on each side of the narrow place. Below in the ranks began seething which passed human belief. It seemed to the Swedes that the mountains were falling and covering them. Shouts rose, the lamentations of crushed men, despairing cries for assistance, the whining of horses, the bite and terrible sound of fragments of cliffs on armor. At last men and horses formed one mass, quivering convulsively, crushed, groaning, despairing, and dreadful. But the stones and pieces of cliffs ground them continually, rolling without mercy on the now formless masses, the bodies of horses and men. "The mountaineers! The mountaineers!" shouted men in the retinue of the king. "With axes at the dog, brothers!" called voices from the mountain. And at that very moment from both rocky edges appeared long-haired heads, covered with round fur caps, and after them came out bodies, and several hundred strange forms began to let themselves down on the slopes of the snow. Dark and white rags floating above their shoulders gave them an appearance of some kind of awful birds of prey. They pushed down in the twinkle of an eye; the sound of their axes emphasized their wild, ominous shouting, and the groans of the Swedes. The king himself tried to restrain the laughter. Some horsemen, still living, threw themselves on their knees, and raising their defenseless hands, begged for their lives. Nothing availed, nothing could stay the vengeful axes. A quarter of an hour later there was not one man living among the Swedes in the pass. After that, the bloody mountaineers began to hurry toward the escort of the king. The nuncio looked with astonishment on those people, strange to him, large, sturdy, covered partly with sheepskin, sprinkled with blood, and shaking their still steaming axes. But at the sight of the bishops they uncovered their heads. Many of them fell on their knees in the snow. The Bishop of Cracow, raising his tearful face toward heaven, said, "Behold the assistance of God! Behold Providence, which watches over the majesty of the king!" Then, turning to the mountaineers, he asked, "Men, who are you?" "We are of this place," answered voices from the crowd. "Do you know whom you have come to assist? This is your king and your lord whom you have saved." At these words a shout rose in the crowd, "The king! The king! Jesus, Mary, the king!" And the joyful mountaineers began to throng and crowd around Yan Kazimir. With weeping they fell to him from every side; with weeping they kissed his feet, his stirrups, even the hoofs of his horse. Such excitement reigned, such shouting, such weeping that the bishops, from fear for the king's person, were forced to restrain the excessive enthusiasm. And the king was in the midst of a faithful people, like a shepherd among sheep, and great tears were flowing down his face. Then his countenance became bright, as if some sudden change had taken place in his soul, as if a new, great thought from heaven by birth had flashed into his mind, and he indicated with his hand that he wished to speak. And when there was silence, he said with a voice so loud that the whole multitude heard him, "O God, thou who hast saved me by the hands of simple people, I swear by the suffering and death of thy Son to be a father to them from this moment forward." "Amen," responded the bishops. For a certain time a solemn silence reigned, then a new burst of joy. They inquired of the mountaineers whence they had come into the passes, and in what way they had appeared to rescue the king. It turned out that considerable parties of Swedes had been wandering about Johorsten, and, not capturing the castle itself, they seemed to seek someone and to wait. The mountaineers too had heard of a battle which those parties had delivered against troops among whom it was said that the king himself was advancing. Then they determined to push the Swedes into an ambush, and sending to them deceitful guides, they lured them into the pass. "We saw," said the mountaineers, "how those 4 horsemen attacked those dogs. We wanted to assist the 4 horsemen, but were afraid to fall upon the dog brothers too soon." Here the king seized his head. "Mother of thy only son," cried he, "find Babinich for me. Let us give him at least a funeral. And he is the man who was considered a traitor, the one who first shed his own blood for us." "It was I who accused him, gracious lord," said Tyzenhauz. "Find him, find him!" cried the king. "I will not leave here till I look upon his face and put my blessing on him." The soldiers and the mountaineers sprang to the place of the first struggle, and soon they removed from the pile of dead horses and men Pan Andrei. His face was pale, all bespattered with blood, which was hanging in large stiffened drops on his mustaches. His eyes were closed, his armor was bent from the blows of swords and horses' hoofs. But that armor had saved him from being crushed, and to the soldier who raised him it seemed as though he heard a low groan. "As God is true, he is alive!" cried he. "Remove his armor," called the others. They cut the straps quickly. Kmita breathed more deeply. "He is breathing! He is breathing! He is alive!" repeated a number of voices. But he lay a certain time motionless. Then he opened his eyes. At that time one of the soldiers poured a little gorailka in his mouth; others raised him by the armpits. Now the king, to whose hearing the cry repeated by several voices had come, rode up in haste. The soldiers drew into his presence Pan Andrei, who was hanging on them and slipping from their hands to the ground. Still, at the sight of the king, consciousness returned to him for a moment, a smile almost childlike lighted his face, and his pale lips whispered clearly, "My lord, my king is alive, is free," and tears shone on his eyelashes. "Babinich, Babinich, with what can I reward you?" cried the king. "I am not Babinich, I am Kmita," whispered the knight. When he had said this, he hung like a corpse in the arms of the soldiers. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 2 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 11. Since the mountaineers gave sure information that on the road to Torsten there was nothing to be heard of other Swedish parties, the retinue of the king turned toward the castle, and soon found themselves on the highway, along which the journey was easiest and least tiresome. They rode on amid songs of the mountaineers and shouts, "The king is coming! The king is coming!" And along the road new crowds of men joined them, armed with flails, scythes, forks, and guns, so that Yan Kazimir was soon at the head of a considerable division of men. Not trained, it is true, but ready at any moment to go with him even to Cracow and spill their blood for their sovereign. Near Torsten more than 1,000 householders and half-wild shepherds surrounded the king. Then nobles from Novi Sącz and Stary Sącz began to come in. They said that a Polish regiment, under command of Wołodyjowski, had defeated that morning, just before the town of Novi Sącz, a considerable detachment of Swedes, of which almost all the men were either slain or drowned in the Kmita or Dunajec. This turned out to be really the fact, when soon after on the road banners began to gleam, and Wołodyjowski himself came up with the regiment of the Voivoda of Bratslav. The king greeted with joy a celebrated and to him well-known knight, and amidst universal enthusiasm of the people and the army, he rode on toward Spij. Meanwhile men on horseback rushed with all breath to forewarn the marshal that the king was approaching, and to be ready to receive him. Joyous and noisy was the continuation of the journey. New crowds were added continually. The nuncio, who had left Silesia filled with the fear for the king's fate and his own, and for whom the beginning of the journey had increased this fear, was beside himself now with delight, for he was certain that the future would surely bring victory to the king, and besides to the church over heretics. The bishop shared his joy. The lay dignitaries asserted that the whole people, from the Carpathians to the Baltic, would grasp their weapons as these crowds had done. Wołodyjowski stated that for the greater part this had taken place already, and he told what was to be heard in the country, what a terror had fallen upon the Swedes, how they dared go no longer outside fortifications in small numbers, how they were leaving the smaller castles which they burned, and taking refuge in the strongest. "The Polish troops are beating their breasts with one hand, and are beginning to beat the Swedes with the other," said he. "Vilchkovski, who commands the hussar regiment of your Royal Grace, has already thanked the Swedes for their service, and that in such fashion that he fell upon them at Zakijewo, under the command of Colonel Altenburg, and slew a large number, destroyed almost all. I, with the assistance of God, drove them out of Novi Sącz, and God gave a noted victory. I do not know whether one escaped alive. Pan Filetian Kachowski, with the infantry of Navoy, helped me greatly, and so they received pay for those dragoons at least whom they attacked 2 or 3 days ago." "What dragoons?" asked the king. "Those whom your Royal Grace sent ahead from Silesia. The Swedes fell on these suddenly, and though not able to disperse them, for they defended themselves desperately, they inflicted considerable loss. And we were almost dying of despair, for we thought that your Royal Grace was among those men in your own person, and we feared lest some evil might happen to Majesty. God inspired your Royal Grace to send the dragoons ahead. The Swedes heard of it at once, and occupied the roads everywhere." "Do you hear, Tyzenhauz?" asked the king. "An experienced soldier is talking." "I hear, gracious lord," answered the young magnate. "And what further? What further? Tell on," said the king, turning to Wołodyjowski. "What I know I shall surely not hide. Jagotski and Kulesha are active in Great Poland. Varshtitsky has driven Lindorm from the castle of Pilets. Dankoff is defending itself. Lance-Koron is in our hands, and in Podlyasy, Sapyeha is gaining every day at Tykostin. The Swedes are in greater straits at the castle, and with them is failing the Prince Voivoda of Vilna. As to the hetmans, they have moved already from Sandomir to Lubilesk, showing clearly that they are breaking with the enemy. The Voivoda of Chernigov is with them, and from the region about is marching to them every living man who can hold a saber in his hand. They say, too, that there is some kind of federation to be formed there against the Swedes, in which is the hand of Sapyeha as well as that of Stefan Charnyetski. Is Charnyetski now in Lubelsk? He is, your royal grace, but he is here today and there tomorrow. I have to join him, but where to find him I know not. There will be noise around him, said the king. You will need not inquire. So I think too, answered Voynillovich. In such conversation was the road passed. Meanwhile the sky had grown perfectly clear, so that the azure was unspotted by even a small cloud. The snow was glittering in the sunlight. The mountains of Spij were extended gloriously and joyously before the travelers, and nature itself seemed to smile on the king. "Dear country," said Yan Kazimir, "God grant me strength to bring thee peace before my bones rest in thy earth." They rode out on a lofty eminence, from which the view was open and wide, for beyond, at the foot of it, was spread a broad plain. There they saw below, and at a great distance as it were, the movement of a human ant hill. "The troops of the marshal!" cried Voynillovich. "Unless they are Swedes," said the king. "No, gracious lords, the Swedes could not march from Hungary, from the south. I see now the hussar flag." In fact, a forest of spears soon pushed out in the blue distance, and colored streamers were quivering like flowers moved by the wind. Above these flags spear points were glittering like little flames. The sun played on the armor and helmets. The throngs of people accompanying the king gave forth a joyous shout, which was heard at a distance, for the mass of horses, riders, flags, horse-tail standards, and ensigns began to move more quickly. Evidently they were moving with all speed, for the regiments became each moment more definite, and increased in the eye with incomprehensible rapidity. "Let us stay on this height; we will await the marshal here," said the king. The retinue halted; the men coming toward them moved still more rapidly. At moments they were concealed from the eye by turns of the road, or small hills and cliffs, scattered along the plain. But soon they appeared again, like a serpent with a skin of splendid colors playing most beautifully. At last they came within a quarter of a mile of the height, and slackened their speed. The eye could take them in perfectly, and gain pleasure from them. First advanced the hussar squadron of the marshal himself, well armored and so imposing that any king might be proud of such troops. Only nobles of the mountains served in this squadron, chosen men of equal size. Their armor was of bright squares inlaid with bronze, gorgets with the image of the Most Holy Lady of Chenstohova, round helmets with steel rims, crests on the top, and at the side wings of eagles and vultures; on their shoulders tiger and leopard skins, but on the officers wolf skins, according to custom. A forest of green and black streamers waved above them. In front rode Lieutenant Victor, after him a janissary band with bells, trumpets, drums, and pipes; then a wall of the breasts of horses and men clothed in iron. The king's heart opened at that lordly sight. Next to the hussars came a light regiment still more numerous, with drawn sabres in their hands and bows at their shoulders. Then 3 companies of Cossacks, in colors like blooming poppies, armed with spears and muskets. The next 200 dragoons in red jackets, then escorts belonging to different personages visiting at Lubyavia, attendants dressed as if for a wedding, guards, haiduks, grooms, Hungarians, and janissaries, attached to the service of great lords. And all that changed in colors like a rainbow, and came on tumultuously, noisily, amid the neighing of horses, the clatter of armor, the thunder of kettle drums, the roll of other drums, the blare of trumpets, and cries so loud that it seemed as though the snows would rush down from the mountains because of them. In the rear of the troops were to be seen closed and open carriages, in which evidently were riding dignitaries of the Church and the world. The troops took position in 2 lines along the road, and between them appeared, on a horse white as milk, the marshal of the kingdom, Pan Jerzy Lubomirski. He flew on like a whirlwind over that road, and behind him raced 2 equerries, glittering in gold. When he had ridden to the foot of the eminence, he sprang from his horse, and throwing the reins to one of the equerries, went on foot to the king standing above. He removed his cap, and placing it on the hilt of his sabre, advanced with uncovered head, leaning on a staff all set with pearls. He was dressed in Polish fashion, in military costume. On his breast was armor of silver plates, thickly inlaid at the edges with precious stones, and so polished that he seemed to be bearing the sun on his bosom. Over his left shoulder was hanging a cloak of Venetian velvet of dark color, passing into violet purple. It was fastened at the throat by a cord with a buckle of diamonds, and the whole cloak was embroidered with diamonds. In like manner a diamond was trembling in his cap, and these stones glittered like many-colored sparks around his whole person, and dazzled the eyes, such was the brightness which came from them. He was a man in the vigor of life, of splendid form. His head was shaven around the temples, his forelock was rather thin, growing gray, and lay on his forehead in a shaggy tuft. His mustache, as black as the wing of a crow, drooped in fine points at both sides. His lofty forehead and Roman nose added to the beauty of his face, but the face was marred somewhat by cheeks that were too plump, and small eyes encircled with red lids. Great dignity, but also unparalleled pride and vanity were depicted on that face. You might easily divine that that magnate wished to turn to himself eternally the eyes of the whole Commonwealth, nay, of all Europe, and such was the case in reality. Where Jerzy Lubomirski could not hold the first place, where he could only share glory and merit with others, his wounded pride was ready to bar the way and corrupt and crush every endeavor, even when it was a question of saving the country. He was an adroit and fortunate leader, but even in this respect others surpassed him immeasurably, and in general his abilities, though uncommon, were not equal to his ambition and desire of distinction. Endless unrest therefore was boiling in his soul, whence was born that suspiciousness, that envy, which later on carried him so far that he became more destructive to the Commonwealth than the terrible Janusz Radziwill. The black soul which dwelt in Prince Janusz was great also. It stopped before no man and no thing. Janusz wanted a crown, and he went towards it consciously over graves and the ruin of his country. Lubomirski would not have taken a crown if the hands of the nobles had placed it on his head, but having a smaller soul, he dared not desire the crown openly and expressly. Radziwill was one of those men whom failure casts down to the level of criminals, and success elevates to the greatness of demigods. Lubomirski was a mighty disturber who was always ready to ruin work for the salvation of the country, in the name of his own offended pride, and to build up nothing in place of it. He did not even dare to raise himself; he did not know how. Radziwill died the more guilty, Lubomirski the more harmful man. But at that hour, when in gold, velvet, and precious stones he stood in front of the king, his pride was sufficiently satisfied. For he was the first magnate to receive his own king on his own land. He first took him under a species of guardianship. He had to conduct him to a throne which had been overturned, and to drive out the enemy. From him the king and the country expected everything; on him all eyes were turned. Therefore to show loyalty and service coincided with his self-love, in fact, flattered it. He was ready in truth for sacrifices and devotion. He was ready to exceed the measure even with the expressions of respect and loyalty. When, therefore, he had ascended one half of that eminence on which the king was standing, he took his cap from the sword hilt and began, while bowing, to sweep the snow with its diamond plume. The king urged his horse somewhat toward the descent, then halted to dismount for the greeting. Seeing this, the marshal sprang forward to hold the stirrup with his worthy hands, and at that moment, grasping after his cloak, he drew it from his shoulders, and following the example of a certain English courtier, threw it under the feet of the monarch. The king, touched to the heart, opened his arms to the marshal, and seized him like a brother in his embrace. For a while neither was able to speak, but at that exalted spectacle, the army, the nobles, and the people roared in one voice, and thousands of caps flew into the air, all the guns, muskets, and blunderbusses sounded, cannon from Lubovia answered in a distant bass, till the mountains trembled, all the echoes were roused and began to course around, striking the dark walls of pine woods, the cliffs and rocks, and flew with the news to remoter mountains and cliffs. "Lord Marshal," said the king, "we will thank you for the restoration of the kingdom." "Gracious lord," answered Lubomirski, "my fortune, my life, my blood, all I have, I place at the feet of your royal grace." "Vivat! Vivat Johannes Casimiris Rex!" thundered the shouts. "May the king live, our father!" cried the mountaineers. Meanwhile the gentlemen who were riding with the king surrounded the marshal, but he did not leave the royal person. After the first greetings the king mounted his horse again, but the marshal, not wishing to recognize bounds to his hospitality and honor to his guest, seized the bridle, and going himself on foot led the king through the lines of the army amid deafening shouts, till they came to a gilded carriage drawn by 8 dapple gray horses. In this carriage Yan Kazimir took his seat, together with Vaidon, the nuncio of the Pope. The bishops and dignitaries took seats in succeeding carriages, then they moved on slowly to Lubovia. The marshal rode at the window of the king's carriage, splendid, self-satisfied, as if he were already proclaimed father of the country. At both sides went a dense army, singing songs, thundering out in the following words: "Cut the Swedes, cut with sharpened swords. Beat the Swedes, beat with strong sticks. Roll the Swedes, roll, impale them on stakes. Torment the Swedes, torment, and torture them as you can. Pound the Swedes, pound, put them out of their skins. Cut the Swedes, cut, then there will be fewer. Drown the Swedes, drown, if you are a good man." Unfortunately, amidst the universal rejoicing and enthusiasm, no one foresaw that later the same troops of Lubomirski, after they had rebelled against their legal lord and king, would sing the same song, putting the French in place of the Swedes. But now it was far from such a state. In Lubovia the cannon were thundering in greeting, till the towers and battlements were covered with smoke; the bells were tolling as at a fire. At the part of the courtyard in which the king descended from the carriage, the porch and the steps were covered with scarlet cloth. In vases brought from Italy were burning perfumes of the East. The greater part of the treasures of the Lubomirskis, cabinets of gold and silver, carpets, mats, Gobelin tapestry, woven wonderfully by Flemish hands, statues, clocks, cupboards, ornamented with precious stones, cabinets inlaid with mother of pearl and amber brought previously to Lubovia to preserve them from Swedish rapacity, were now arranged and hung up in display. They dazzled the eye and changed that castle into a kind of fairy residence. And the marshal had arranged all this luxury, worthy of a sultan, in this fashion of purpose to show the king that though he was returning as an exile without money, without troops, having scarcely a change of clothing, still he was a mighty lord, since he had servants so powerful, and as faithful as powerful. The king understood this intention, and his heart rose in gratitude. Every moment, therefore, he took the marshal by the shoulder, pressed his head, and thanked him. The nuncio, though accustomed to luxury, expressed his astonishment at what he beheld, and they heard him say to Count Apotigen that hitherto he had had no idea of the power of the King of Poland, and now saw that the previous defeats were merely a temporary reverse of fortune, which soon must be changed. At the feast, which followed a rest, the king sat on an elevation, and the marshal himself served him, permitting no one to take his place. At the right of the king sat the nuncio, at his left the prince primate, Leszczynski; farther on both sides dignitaries, lay and clerical, such as the bishops of Cracow, Poznan, Lvov, Lutsk, Przemysl, Helm, the archdeacon of Cracow; farther on keepers of the royal seal and voivodas, of whom 8 had assembled, and Castilians and referendaries; of officers there were sitting at the feast Volnilovich, Victor, Stepkovski, and Baldwin Skierski. In another hall a table was set for inferior nobles, and there were large barracks for peasants, for all had to be joyful on the day of the king's coming. At the tables there was no other conversation but touching the royal return, and the terrible adventures which had met them on the road, in which the hand of God had preserved the king. Yan Kazimir himself described the battle in the pass, and praised the cavalier who had held back the first Swedish onset. "And how is he?" asked he of the marshal. "The physician does not leave him, and guarantees his life, and besides maidens and ladies in waiting have taken him in care, and surely they will not let the soul go from the body, for the body is shapely and young," answered the marshal, joyously. "Praise be to God!" cried the king. "I heard from his lips something which I shall not repeat to you, for it seems to me that I heard incorrectly, or that he said it in delirium, but should it come true, you will be astonished." "If he has said nothing which might make your royal grace gloomy." "Nothing whatever of that nature," said the king. "It has comforted us beyond measure, for it seems that even those whom we had reason to hold our greatest enemies are ready to spill their blood for us if need be." "Gracious lord!" cried the marshal, "the time of reform has come, but under this roof your royal grace is among persons who have never sinned even in thought against majesty." "True, true," answered the king, "and you, lord marshal, are in the first rank." "I am a poor servant of your royal grace." At table the noise grew greater. Gradually they began to speak of political combinations, of aid from the emperor, hitherto looked for in vain, of Tartar assistance, and of the coming war with the Swedes. Fresh rejoicing set in when the marshal stated that the envoy sent by him to the Khan had returned just a couple of days before, and reported that 40,000 of the horde were in readiness, and perhaps even 100,000 as soon as the king would reach Lvov and conclude a treaty with the Khan. The same envoy had reported that the Cossacks, through fear of the Tartars, had returned to obedience. "You have thought of everything," said the king, "in such fashion that we could not have thought it out better ourselves." Then he seized his glass and said, "To the health of our host and friend, the marshal of the kingdom." "Impossible, gracious lord!" cried the marshal. "No man's health can be drunk here before the health of your royal grace." All restrained their half-raised goblets, but Lyubomirski, filled with delight, perspiring, beckoned to his chief butler. At this sign the servants who were swarming through the hall rushed to pour out Malvoisie again, taken with gilded dippers from kegs of pure silver. Pleasure increased still more, and all were waiting for the toast of the marshal. The chief butler brought now 2 goblets of Venetian crystal of such marvelous work that they might pass for the 8th wonder of the world. The crystal, bored and polished to thinness during whole years perhaps, cast real diamond light. On the setting great artists of Italy had labored. The base of each goblet was gold, carved in small figures representing the entrance of a conqueror to the capital. The conqueror rode in a chariot of gold on a street paved with pearls. Behind him followed captives with bound hands. With them a king in a turban formed of one emerald. Farther followed legionaries with eagles and ensigns. More than 50 small figures found room on each base, figures as high as a hazelnut, but made so marvelously that the features of the faces and the feelings of each one could be distinguished. The pride of the victors, the grief of the vanquished. The base was bound to the goblet with golden filigree, fine as hair bent with wondrous art into grape leaves, clusters, and various flowers. Those filigree were wound around the crystal, and joining at the top in one ring formed the edge of the goblet, which was set with stones in 7 colors. The head butler gave one such goblet to the king, and the other to the marshal, both filled with Malvoisie. All rose from their seats. The marshal raised the goblet and cried with all the voice in his breast, "Vivat Ioannis Kazimierz Rex! Vivat, vivat, vivat!" At that moment the guns thundered again so that the walls of the castle were trembling. The nobles feasting in the second hall came out with their goblets. The marshal wished to make an oration, but could not, for his words were lost in the endless shouts, "Vivat, vivat, vivat!" Such joy seized the marshal, such ecstasy, that wildness was gleaming in his eyes, and emptying his goblet he shouted so that he was heard even in the universal tumult, "Ego ultimus!" I am the last. Then he struck the priceless goblet on his own head with such force that the crystal sprang into 100 fragments, which fell with a rattle on the floor, and the head of the magnate was covered with blood. All were astonished, and the king said, "Lord Marshal, we regret not the goblet, but the head which we value so greatly." "Treasures and jewels are nothing to me," cried the marshal, "when I have the honor of receiving your royal grace in my house. Viva Ioannis Kazimierz Rex!" Here the butler gave him another goblet. "Vivat, vivat!" shouted the guests without ceasing. The sound of broken glass was mingled with the shout. Only the bishops did not follow the example of the marshal, for their spiritual dignity forbade them. The nuncio, who did not know of that custom of breaking glasses on the head, bent to the Bishop of Poznan, sitting near him, and said, "As God lives, astonishment seizes me. Your treasury is empty, and for one such goblet 2 good regiments of men might be equipped and maintained." "It is always so with us," answered the bishop. "When desire rises in the heart there is no measure in anything." And in fact the desire grew greater each moment. Toward the end of the feast a bright light struck the windows of the castle. "What is that?" asked the king. "Gracious lord, I beg you to the spectacle," answered the marshal. And tottering slightly he conducted the king to the window. There a wonderful sight struck their eyes. It was as clear in the court as when there is daylight. A number of tens of pitch barrels cast a bright yellow gleam on the pavement, cleared of snow and strewn with leaves of mountain fern. Here and there were burning tubs of brandy which cast blue light; salt was sprinkled into some to make them burn red. The spectacle began. First knights cut off Turkish heads, tilted at a ring and at one another; then the dogs of Liptovo fought with a bear; later a man from the hills, a kind of mountain Samson, threw a millstone and caught it in the air. Midnight put an end to these amusements. Thus did the marshal declare himself, though the Swedes were still in the land. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Gillian Hendry. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. In the midst of feasting and the throng of new dignitaries, nobles, and knights, who were coming continually, the kindly king forgot not his faithful servant, who, in the mountain pass, had exposed his breast to the Swedish sword with such daring. And on the day following his arrival in Ljubovia, he visited the wounded Pan Andrzej. He found him conscious and almost joyful, though pale as death. By a lucky fortune, the young hero had received no grievous wound, only blood had left him in large quantities. At sight of the king, Kmita even rose in the bed to a sitting position, and though the king insisted that he should lie down again, he was unwilling to do so. "Gracious lord," said he, "in a couple of days I shall be on horseback, and with your gracious permission will go farther, for I feel that nothing is the matter with me." "Still, they must have cut you terribly. It is an unheard of thing for one to withstand such a number." "That has happened to me more than once, for I think that in an evil juncture the sabre and courage are best." "Aye, gracious lord, the number of cuts that have healed on my skin you could not count on an ox hide. Such is my fortune." "Complain not of fortune, for it is evident that you go headlong to places where not only blows but deaths are distributed. But how long do you practice such tactics? Where have you fought before now?" A passing blush covered the youthful face of Kmita. "Gracious lord, I attacked Chovanski when all dropped their hands, and a price was set on my head." "But listen," said the king suddenly. "You told me a wonderful word in that pass. I thought that delirium had seized you and unsettled your reason. Now you say that you attacked Chovanski. Who are you? Are you not really Babinich? We know who attacked Chovanski." A moment of silence followed. At last the young knight raised his pale face and said, "Not delirium spoke through me, but truth. It was I who battered Chovanski, from which war my name was heard throughout the whole Commonwealth. I am Andrzej Kmita, the Baronet of Orsha." Here Kmita closed his eyes and grew still paler. But when the astonished king was silent, he began to speak farther. "I am, gracious lord, that outlaw, condemned by God and the judgments of men for killing and violence. I served Radziwill, and together with him I betrayed you and the country. But now, thrust with rapiers and trampled with horses' hoofs, unable to rise, I beat my breast, repeating, mea culpa, mea culpa. Note, my fault, end note. And I implore your fatherly mercy. Forgive me, for I have cursed my previous acts, and have long since turned from that road which lies toward hell." Tears dropped from the eyes of the knight, and with trembling he began to seek the hand of the king. Yan Kazimir, it is true, did not withdraw his hand, but he grew gloomy and said, "Whoso in this land wears a crown should be unceasingly ready to pardon. Therefore we are willing to forgive your offence, since on Yasna Gora and on the road you have served us with faithfulness, exposing your breast." "Then forgive them, gracious lord. Shorten my torment." "But one thing we cannot forget, that in spite of the virtue of this people, you offered Prince Boguslav to raise hands on majesty, hitherto unviolable, and bear us away living or dead, and deliver us into Swedish hands." Kmita, though a moment before he had said himself that he was unable to rise, sprang from the bed, seized the crucifix hanging above him, and with the cuts on his face and fever in his flashing eyes, and breathing quickly, began to speak thus: "By the salvation of my father and mother, by the wounds of the crucified, it is untrue. If I am guilty of that sin, may God punish me at once with sudden death and with eternal fires. If you do not believe me, I will tear these bandages, let out the remnant of the blood which the Swedes did not shed. I never made the offer, never was such a thought in my head. For the kingdom of this world, I would not have done such a deed. Amen. On this cross, amen, amen." And he trembled from feverish excitement. "Then did the prince invent it?" asked the astonished king. "Why? For what reason?" "He did invent it. It was his hellish revenge on me for what I did to him." "What did you do to him?" "I carried him off from the middle of his court and of his whole army. I wanted to cast him bound at the feet of your royal grace." "It's a wonder, it's a wonder. I believe you, but I do not understand. How was it? You were serving Janusz and carried off Boguslav, who was less guilty, and you wanted to bring him bound to me?" Kmita wished to answer, but the king saw at that moment his pallor and suffering. Therefore he said, "Rest, and later tell me all from the beginning. I believe you. Here is our hand." Kmita pressed the king's hand to his lips, and for some time was silent, for breath failed him. He merely looked at the king's face with immeasurable affection. At last he collected his strength and said, "I will tell all from the beginning. I warred against Hovanski, but I was hard with my own people. In part, I was forced to wrong them and to take what I needed. I did this partly from violence, for the blood was storming within me. I had companions, good nobles, but no better than I. Here and there a man was cut down, here and there a house was burned, here and there someone was chased over the snow with sticks. An outcry was raised. Where an enemy could not touch me, complaint was made before a court. I lost cases by default. Sentences came one after another, but I paid no heed. Besides, the devil flattered me and whispered to surpass Pan Lashk, who had his cloak lined with judgments, and still he was famous, and is famous till now." "For he did penance and died piously," remarked the king. When he had rested somewhat, Kmita continued, "Meanwhile, Colonel Billevich, the Bileviches are a great family in Yemud, put off his transitory form and was taken to a better world. But he left me a village and his granddaughter. I do not care for the village, for in continual attacks on the enemy I have gathered no little property, and not only have made good the fortune taken from me by the northerners, but have increased it. I have still in Częstochowa enough to buy 2 such villages, and I need ask no one for bread. But when my party separated, I went to winter quarters in the Lauda region. There the maiden, Bilevich's granddaughter, came so near my heart that I forgot God's world. The virtue and honesty in this lady were such that I grew shamefaced in presence of my former deeds. She too, having an inborn hatred of transgression, pressed me to leave my previous manner of life, put an end to disturbances, repair wrongs, and live honestly." "Did you follow her advice?" "How could I, gracious lord? I wished to do so, it is true. God sees that I wished. But old sins follow a man. First, my soldiers were attacked in Upita, for which I burned some of the place." "In God's name, that is a crime," said the king. "That is nothing yet. Later on, the nobles of Lauda slaughtered my comrades, worthy cavaliers, though violent. I was forced to avenge them. I fell upon the village of the Butryms that very night and took vengeance with fire and sword for the murder. But they defeated me, for a crowd of homespuns live in that neighbourhood. I had to hide. The maiden would not look at me, for those homespuns were made fathers and guardians to her by the will. But my heart was so drawn to her that I could not help myself. Unable to live without her, I collected a new party and seized her with armed hand. Why, the Tartars do not make love differently. I own that it was a deed of violence, but God punished me through the hands of Pan Wołodyjowski, and he cut me so that I barely escaped with my life. It would have been 100 times better for me if I had not escaped, for I should not have joined the Radzivills, to the injury of the king and the country. But how could it be otherwise? A new suit was begun against me for a capital offence. It was a question of life. I knew not what to do, when suddenly the voivoda of Vilna came to me with assistance. Did he protect you? He sent me a commission through the same Pan Wołodyjowski, and thereby I went under the jurisdiction of the hetman, and was not afraid of the courts. I clung to Radziwill as to a plank of salvation. Soon I put on foot a squadron of men known as the greatest fighters in all Lithuania. There were none better in the army. I led them to Kyedani. Radziwill received me as a son, referred to our kinship through the Kishkis, and promised to protect me. He had his object. He needed daring men ready for all things, and I, simpleton, crawled, as it were, into birdlime. Before his plans had come to the surface, he commanded me to swear on a crucifix that I would not abandon him in any straits. Thinking it a question of war with the Swedes or the Northerners, I took the oath willingly. Then came that terrible feast at which the Kyedani Treaty was read. The treason was published. Other colonels threw their batons at the feet of the hetman, but the oath held me as a chain holds a dog, and I could not leave him. But did not all those who deserted us later swear loyalty? Asked the king sadly. I too, though I did not throw down my baton, had no wish to steep my hands in treason. What I suffered, gracious lord, God alone knows. I was writhing from pain, as if men were burning me alive with fire, and my maiden, though even after the seizure the agreement between us remained still unbroken, now proclaimed me a traitor, and despised me as a vile reptile. But I had taken oath not to abandon Radziwill. She, though a woman, would shame a man with her wit, and lets no one surpass her in loyalty to your royal grace. God bless her, said the king. I respect her for that. She thought to reform me into a partisan of the king and the country, and when that came to naught, she grew so steadfast against me that her hatred became as great as her love had been once. At that juncture Radziwill called me before him and began to convince me. He explained, as 2 and 2 form 4, that in this way alone could he save the falling country. I cannot indeed repeat his arguments. They were so great, and promised such happiness to the land. He would have convinced a man 100 times wiser, much less me, a simple soldier, he such a statesman. Then I say, your royal grace, that I held to him with both hands and my heart, for I thought that all others were blind. Only he saw the truth. All others were sinning. Only he was the just man. And I would have sprung into fire for him, as now I would for your royal grace, for I know not how to serve or to love with half a heart. I see that this is true, said Jan Kazimir. I rendered him signal service, continued Kmita gloomily, and I can say that, had it not been for me, his treason could not have yielded any poisonous fruits, for his own troops would have cut him to pieces with sabres. They were all ready for that. The dragoons, the Hungarian infantry, and the light squadrons were already slaying his Scots when I sprang in with my men and rubbed them out in one twinkle. But there were other squadrons at various quarters. These I dispersed. Pan Wołodyjowski alone, who had come out from prison, that is Lauda men, to Podlyasye, by a wonder and by superhuman resolve, so as to join with Sapieha. Those who escaped me assembled in Podlyasye in considerable numbers, but before they could do that, many good soldiers perished through me. God alone can count them. I acknowledge the truth as if at confession. Pan Wołodyjowski, on his way to Podlyasye, seized me and did not wish to let me live. But I escaped because of letters which they found on my person, and from which it transpired that when Wołodyjowski was in prison and Radziwiłł was going to shoot him, I interceded persistently and saved him. He let me go free then. I returned to Radziwiłł and served longer. But the service was bitter for me. The soul began to revolt within me at certain deeds of the prince, for there is not in him either faith, honesty, or conscience, and from his own words it comes out that he works as much for himself as for the King of Sweden. I began then to spring at his eyes. He grew enraged at my boldness, and at last sent me off with letters. "It is wonderful what important things you tell," said the king. "At least we know from an eyewitness who pars magna fuit took a great part in affairs, how things happened there." "It is true that pars magna fui I took a great part, answered Kmita. "I set out with the letters willingly, for I could not remain in that place. In Pilvishki I met Prince Boguslav. May God give him into my hands, to which end I shall use all my power, so that my vengeance may not miss him for that slander. Not only did I not promise him anything, gracious lord, not only is that a shameless lie, but it was just there in Pilvishki that I became converted, when I saw all the naked deceit of those heretics." "Tell quickly how it was, for we were told that Boguslav aided his cousin only through constraint." He is worse than Prince Janusz, and in his head was the treason first hatched. Did he not tempt the hetman first, pointing out a crown to him? God will decide at the judgment. Janusz at least simulated and shielded himself with bono publico, public good, but Boguslav, taking me for an arch scoundrel, revealed his whole soul to me. It is a terror to repeat what he said. "The devils," said he, "must take your commonwealth. It is a piece of red cloth, and we not only will not raise a hand to save it, but will pull besides, so that the largest piece may come to us. Lithuania," said he, "must remain to us. And after Janusz I will put on the cap of Grand Prince and marry his daughter." The king covered his eyes with his hands. "O passion of our Lord," said he, "the Radziwiłls, Radzejowski, Opolinski, how could that which happened not happen? They must have crowns, even though rending what the Lord had united." "I grew numb, gracious lord. I had water poured on my head so as not to go mad. The soul changed in me in one moment, as if a thunderbolt had shaken it. I was terrified at my own work. I knew not what to do, whether to thrust a knife into Boguslav or into myself. I bellowed like a wild beast. They had driven me into such a trap. I wanted service no longer with the Radziwiłls, but vengeance. God gave me a sudden thought. I went with a few men to the quarters of Prince Boguslav. I brought him out beyond the town. I carried him off and wanted to bring him to the Confederates, so as to buy myself into their company and into the service of your royal grace, at the price of his head." "I forgive you all," cried the king, "for they led you astray, but you have repaid them. Kmita alone could have done that, no man besides. I overlook all and forgive you from my heart. But tell me quickly, for curiosity is burning me, did he escape?" "At the first station he snatched the pistol from my belt and shot me in the mouth. Here is the scar. He killed my men and escaped. He is a famous knight, it would be hard to deny that. But we shall meet again, though that were to be my last hour." Here Kmita began to tear at the blanket with which he was covered, but the king interrupted him quickly. "And through revenge he invented that letter against you?" "And through revenge he sent that letter. I recovered from the wound in the forest, but my soul was suffering more and more. To Wołodyjowski, to the Confederates, I could not go, for the Lauda men would have cut me to pieces with their sabres. Still, knowing that the hetman was about to march against them, I forewarned them to collect in a body, and that was my first good deed, for without that Radziwill would have crushed them out, squadron after squadron. But now they have overcome him, and, as I hear, are besieging him. May God aid them and send punishment to Radziwill. Amen." "That may have happened already, and if not, it will happen surely," said the king. "What did you do further?" "I made up my mind that, not being able to serve with the Confederate troops of your Royal Grace, I would go to your person and there atone for my former offences with loyalty. But how was I to go? Who would receive Kmita? Who would believe him? Who would not proclaim him a traitor? Therefore I assumed the name Babinich, and passing through the whole Commonwealth, I reached Częstochowa. Whether I have rendered any services there, let Father Kodecki give witness. Day and night I was thinking only how to repair the injuries to the country, how to spill my blood for it, how to restore myself to repute and to honesty. The rest, gracious Lord, you know already, for you have seen it. And if a fatherly kind heart incline you, if this new service has outweighed my old sins, or even equalled them, then receive me to your favour and your heart. For all have deserted me, no one comforts me save you. You alone see my sorrow and tears. I am an outcast, a traitor, an oath-breaker, and still I love this country and your royal grace. God sees that I wish to serve both." Here hot tears dropped from the eyes of the young man till he was carried away with weeping. But the king, like a loving father, seizing him by the head, began to kiss his forehead and comfort him. "Henryk, you are as dear to me as if you were my own son. What have I said to you? That you sinned through blindness. And how many sin from calculation? From my heart I forgive you all, for you have wiped away your faults. More than one would be glad to boast of such services as yours. I forgive you, and the country forgives. And besides, we are indebted to you. Put an end to your grieving." "God give your royal grace everything good for this sympathy," said the knight with tears. "But as it is, I must do penance yet in the world for that oath to Radziwill. For, though I knew not to what I was swearing, still an oath is an oath." "God will not condemn you for that," said the king. "He would have to send half his Commonwealth to hell, namely, all those who broke faith with us." "I think myself, gracious king, that I shall not go to hell, for Kordecki assured me of that, though he was not certain that purgatory would miss me. It is a hard thing to roast for 100 of years, but it is well even to go there. A man can endure much when the hope of salvation is lighting him, and besides, prayers can help somewhat and shorten the torment." "Do not grieve," said Jan Kazimir. "I will prevail on the nuncio himself to say mass for your intention. With such assistance you will not suffer great harm. Trust in the mercy of God." Kmita smiled through his tears. "Besides," said he, "God give me to return to strength, then I will shell the soul out of more than one Swede, and through that there will be not only merit in heaven, but it will repair my earthly repute." "Be of good cheer, and do not be troubled about earthly glory. I guarantee that what belongs to you will not miss you. More peaceful times will come, I myself will declare your services, which are not small, and surely they will be greater. And at the Diet, with God's help, I will have this question raised, and you will be restored soon to honour. Let that, gracious lord, give some comfort. But before then the courts will attack me, from which even the influence of your royal grace cannot shield me. But never mind, I will not yield while there is breath in my nostrils and a sabre in my hand. I am anxious concerning the maiden. Olenka is her name. Gracious lord, I have not seen her this long time, and I have suffered, oh, I have suffered a world without her and because of her. And though at times I might wish to drive her out of my heart, and wrestle with love as with a bear, it's of no use, for such a fellow as he will not let a man go. Jan Kazimir smiled good-naturedly and kindly. How can I help you here, my poor man? Who can help me if not your grace? That maiden is an inveterate royalist, and she will never forgive me my deeds at Kyedani unless your royal grace will make intercession and give witness how I changed and returned to the service of the king and my country, not from constraint, not for profit, but through my own will and repentance. If that is the question, I will make the intercession, and if she is such a royalist as you say, the intercession should be effectual. If the girl is only free, and if some mishap has not met her, such as are frequent in wartime. May angels protect her. She deserves it. So that the courts may not trouble you, act thuswise. Levies will be made now in haste. Since, as you say, outlawry weighs on you, I cannot give you a commission as Kmita, but I will give you one as Babinich. You will make a levy which will be for the good of the country, for you are clearly a mettlesome soldier with experience. You will take the field under Stefan Chaniecki. Under him death is easiest, but the chances of glory are easiest. And if need comes, you will attack the Swedes of yourself, as you did Hovanski. Your conversion and good deeds commenced with the day when you called yourself Babinich. Call yourself Babinich still further, and the courts will leave you at rest. When you will be as bright as the sun, when the report of your services will be heard through the Commonwealth, let men discover who this great cavalier is. This and that kind of man will be ashamed to summon such a knight to a court. At that time some will have died, you will satisfy others. Not a few decisions will be lost, and I promise to exalt your services to the skies, and will present them to the Diet for reward, for in my eyes they deserve it. Gracious Lord, how have I earned such favours? Better than many who think they have a right to them. Well, well, be not grieved, dear royalist, for I trust that the royalist maiden will not be lost to you, and God grant you to assemble for me more royalists soon. Kmita, though sick, sprang quickly from the bed and fell his whole length at the feet of the king. In God's name, what are you doing? Cried the king. The blood will leave you. Jędrek! Hither, someone! In came the marshal himself, who had long been looking for the king through the castle. Holy Jerzy, my patron, what do I see? Cried he, when he saw the king raising Kmita with his own hands. This is Babinich, my most beloved soldier and most faithful servant, who saved my life yesterday, said the king. Help, Lord Marshal, to raise him to the couch. End of chapter 12. But he grew gloomy and said,
Chapter 13 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Deluge, Volume 2. by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 13. From Ljubovlia the king advanced to Dukla, Krosno, Landshut, and Lvov, having at his side the marshal of the kingdom, many dignitaries and senators, with the court squadrons and escorts. And as a great river flowing through a country gathers to itself all the small waters, so did new legions gather to the retinue of the king. Lords and armed nobles thronged forward, and soldiers, now singly, now in groups, and crowds of armed peasants, burning with special hatred against the Swedes. The movement was becoming universal, and the military order of things had begun to lead to it. Threatening manifestos had appeared dated from Sanch, one by Konstantin Lubomirsky, the marshal of the Circle of Knights, the other by Jan Velopolsky, the castellan of Voynik, both calling on the nobles in the province of Krakow to join the general militia. Those failing to appear were threatened with the punishments of public law. The manifesto of the king completed these and brought the most slothful to their feet. But there was no need of threats, for an immense enthusiasm had seized all ranks. Old men and children mounted their horses, women gave up their jewels, their dresses, some rushed off to the conflict themselves. In the forges, gypsies were pounding whole nights and days with their hammers, turning the innocent tools of the plowman into weapons. Villages and towns were empty, for the men had marched to the field. From the heaven-touching mountains, night and day, crowds of wild people were pouring down. The forces of the king increased with each moment. The clergy came forth with crosses and banners to meet the king. Jewish societies came with their rabbis. His advance was like a mighty triumph. From every side flew in the best tidings, as if borne by the wind. Not only in that part of the country which the invasion of the enemy had not included did people rush to arms. Everyone in the remotest lands and provinces, in towns, villages, settlements, and unapproachable wilderness, the awful war of revenge and retaliation raised its flaming head. The lower the people had fallen before, the higher they raised their heads now. They had been reborn, changed in spirit, and in their exaltation did not even hesitate to tear open their own half-healed wounds, to free their blood of poisoned juices. They had begun already to speak, and with increasing loudness, of the powerful union of the nobles and the army, at the head of which were to be the old Grand Hetman Revera Potocki and the full Hetman Landskoronsky, Stefan Czarniecki and Sapieha, Michael Radziwiłł, a powerful magnate anxious to remove the ill fame which Janusz had brought on the house, and Pan Krzysztof Tyszkiewicz, with many other senators, provincial and military officials, and nobles. Letters were flying every day between these men and the marshal of the kingdom, who did not wish that so noted a union should be formed without him. Tidings more and more certain arrived, till at last it was announced with authority that the hetmans, and with them the army, had abandoned the Swedes, and formed for the defense of the king and the country the confederation of Tyszowcy. The king knew of this first, for he and the queen, though far apart, had labored no little through letters and messengers at the formation of it. Still, not being able to take personal part in the affair, he waited for the tenor of it with impatience. But before he came to Lvov, Pan Slujewski with Pan Domaszewski, judge of Lukov, came to him bringing assurances of service and loyalty from the Confederates and the Act of Union for confirmation. The king then read that act at a general council of bishops and senators. The hearts of all were filled with delight. Their spirits rose in thankfulness to God. For the memorable confederacy announced not merely that the people had come to their senses, but that they had changed. That people of whom, not long before, the foreign invader might say that they had no loyalty, no love of country, no conscience, no order, no endurance, nor any of those virtues through which nations and states do endure. The testimony of all these virtues lay now before the king, in the act of a confederation and its manifesto. In it was summed up the perfidy of Carl Gustav, his violation of oaths and promises, the cruelty of his generals and his soldiers, such as are not practiced by even the wildest of people, desecration of churches, oppression, rapacity, robbery, shedding of innocent blood, and they declared against the Scandinavian invasion a war of life or death, a manifesto terrible as the trumpet of the archangel, summoned not only knights but all ranks and all people in the Commonwealth, even infames, the infamous, baniti, outlaws, and proscripti, the proscribed, should go to this war, said the manifesto. The knights were to mount their horses and expose their own breasts, and the land was to furnish infantry. Wealthy holders more, the poorer less, according to their wealth and means. Since in this state good and evil belong equally to all, it is proper that all should share danger. Whoso calls himself noble, with hind or without it, and if one noble has a number of sons, they should all go to the war against the enemies of the Commonwealth. Since we all, whether of higher or lower birth, being nobles, are eligible to all the prerogatives of office, dignity, and profit in the country, so we are equal in this, that we should go in like manner with our own persons to the defense of these liberties and benefits. Thus did the manifesto explain the equality of nobles. The king, the bishops, and the senators, who for a long time had carried in their hearts the thought of reforming the Commonwealth, convinced themselves with joyful wonder that the people had become ripe for that reform, that they were ready to enter upon new paths, rub the rust and mold from themselves, and begin a new glorious life. With this, explained the manifesto, we open to each deserving man of plebeian condition a place. We indicate and offer by this our confederation an opportunity to reach and acquire the honors, prerogatives, and benefits which the noble estate enjoys. When this introduction was read at the Royal Council, a deep silence followed. Those who with the king desired most earnestly that access to rights of nobility should be open to people of lower station thought that they would have to overcome, endure, and break no small opposition, that whole years would pass before it would be safe to give utterance to anything similar. Meanwhile, that same nobility, which hitherto had been so jealous of its prerogatives, so stubborn in appearance, opened wide the gate to the grey crowds of peasants. The primate rose, encircled as it were by the spirit of prophecy, and said, "Since you have inserted that punctum, paragraph, posterity will glorify this confederation from age to age. And when any one shall wish to consider these times as times of the fall of ancient Polish virtue, in contradicting him men will point to you. Father Gembicki was ill, therefore he could not speak, but with hand trembling from emotion, he blessed the act and the envoys. I see the enemy already departing in shame from this land," said the king. "God grant it most quickly," cried both envoys. "Gentlemen, you will go with us to Lvov," said the king, "where we will confirm this confederation at once, and besides shall conclude another, which the powers of hell itself will not overcome." The envoys and senators looked at one another as if asking what power was in question. The king was silent, but his countenance grew brighter and brighter. He took the act again in his hand and read it a second time, smiled and asked, "Were there many opponents?" "Gracious lord," answered Pan Domaszewski, "this confederacy arose with unanimity through the efforts of the hetmans, of Sapieha, of Pan Czarniecki, and among nobles not a voice was raised in opposition. So angry are they all, the Swedes, and so have they flamed up with love for the country and your majesty. We decided, moreover, in advance," added Pan Slujewski, "that this was not to be a diet, but that pluralitas, plurality, alone was to decide. Therefore no man's veto could injure the cause. We should have cut an opponent to pieces with our sabres." All said, too, that it was necessary to finish with the liberum veto, since it is freedom for one, but slavery for many. "Golden words of yours," said the primate. "Only let a reform of the Commonwealth come, and no enemy will frighten us." "But where is the voevoda of Vityebsk?" asked the king. "He went in the night, after the signing of the manifesto, to his own troops at Tykocin, in which he holds the voevoda of Vilna, the traitor besieged. Before this time he must have taken him, living or dead." "Was he so sure of capturing him?" "He was as sure as that night follows day. All, even his most faithful servants, have deserted the traitor. Only a handful of Swedes are defending themselves there, and reinforcements cannot come from any side." Pan Sapieha said in Tishovtsi, "I wanted to wait one day, for I should have finished with Radziwill before evening. But this is more important than Radziwill, for they can take him without me. One squadron is enough." "Praise be to God," said the king. "But where is Czarniecki?" "So many of the best cavaliers have hurried to him that in one day he was at the head of an excellent squadron. He moved at once on the Swedes, and where he is at this moment we know not. But the hetmans, they are waiting anxiously for the command of your royal grace. They are both laying plans for the coming war and are in communication with Pan Jan Zamoyski in Zamost. Meanwhile, regiments are rolling to them every day with the snow." "Have all left the Swedes, then?" "Yes, gracious king, there were deputies also to the hetmans from the troops of Koniec Polski, who is the person of Carl Gustav. And they too would be glad to return to their lawful service, though Karl does not spare on them promises or flattery. They said too that they could not recedere, withdraw at once. They would do so as soon as a convenient time came, for they have grown tired of his feasts and his flattery, his eye-winking and clapping of hands. They can barely hold out. Everywhere people are coming to their senses, everywhere good news. Said the king, "Praise to the most holy lady, this is the happiest day of my life. And the second such will come only when the last soldier of the enemy leaves the boundary of the Commonwealth." At this Pan Domaszewski struck his sword. "May God not grant that to happen," said he. "How is that?" asked the king with astonishment. "That the last white breeches should leave the boundaries of the Commonwealth on his own feet? Impossible, gracious lord. What have we sabres at our sides for?" "Oh," said the king, made glad, "that is bravery." But Pan Slujewski, not wishing to remain behind Domaszewski, said, "As true as life, we will not agree to that. And first I will place a veto on it. We shall not be content with their retreat. We will follow them." The primate shook his head and smiled kindly. "Oh, the nobles are on horseback, and they will ride on and on. But not too fast, not too fast. The enemy are still within the boundaries." "Their time is short," cried both confederates. "The spirit has changed, and fortune will change," said Father Gembitsky in a weak voice. "Wine!" cried the king. "Let me drink to the change with the confederates." They brought wine, but with the servants who brought the wine entered an old attendant of the king, who said, "Gracious lord, Pan Krzysztoporski has come from Częstochowa and wishes to do homage to your royal grace." "Bring him here, quickly," cried the king. In a moment a tall, thin noble entered with a frowning look. He bowed before the king to his feet, then rather haughtily to the dignitaries and said, "May the Lord Jesus Christ be praised." "For the ages of ages," answered the king. "What is to be heard from the monastery?" "Terrible frost, gracious lord, so that the eyelids are frozen to the eyeballs. But for God's sake, tell us of the Swedes and not of the frost," cried the king. "But what can I say of them, gracious lord, when there are none at Częstochowa?" asked he humorously. "Those tidings have come to us," replied the king, "but only from the talk of the people, and they have come from the cloister itself. Are you an eyewitness?" "I am, gracious lord, a partner in the defense and an eyewitness of the miracles of the Most Holy Lady." "That was not the end of her grace," said the king, raising his eyes to heaven, "but let us earn them further." "I have seen much in my life," continued the noble, "but such evident miracles I have not seen, touching which the prior Kordetsky writes in detail in this letter." Jan Kazimir seized hastily the letter handed him by the noble, and began to read. At times he interrupted the reading to pray, then again turned to the letter. His face changed with joyful feelings. At last he raised his eyes to the noble. "Father Kordetsky writes me," said he, "that you have lost a great cavalier, a certain Babinich, who blew up the Swedish siege gun with powder. He sacrificed himself for all. But some say he is alive, and God knows what they have said. Not being certain, we have not ceased to mourn him, for without his gallant deed it would have been hard for us to defend ourselves. If that is true, then cease to mourn him. Pan Babinich is alive, and here with us. He was the first to inform us that the Swedes, not being able to do anything against the power of God, were thinking of retreat. And later he rendered such famous service that we know not ourselves how to pay him. "Oh, that will comfort the prior," cried the noble with gladness. "But if Pan Babinich is alive, it is only because he has the special favor of the Most Holy Lady. How that will comfort Father Kordecki. A father could not love a son as he loved him. And your Royal Grace will permit me to greet Pan Babinich, for there is not a second man of such daring in the Commonwealth." But the king began again to read, and after a while cried, "What do I hear? After retreating, they tried once again to steal on the cloister. When Miller went away, he did not show himself again. But Count Veyhard appeared unexpectedly at the walls, trusting, it seems, to find the gates open. He did, but the peasants fell on him with such rage that he retreated shamefully. While the world is a world, simple peasants have never fought so in the open field against cavalry. Then Pan Piotr Czarniecki and Pan Kulesza came up and cut him to pieces. The king turned to the senators. "See how poor plowmen stand up in defense of this country and the holy faith. That they stand up, gracious king, is true," cried the noble. "Whole villages near Częstochowa are empty, for the peasants are in the field with their scythes. There is a fierce war everywhere. The Swedes are forced to keep together in numbers, and if the peasants catch one of them, they treat him so that it would be better for him to go straight to hell. Who is not taking up arms now in the Commonwealth? It was not for the Dog Brothers to attack Częstochowa. From that hour they could not remain in this country. From this hour no man will suffer oppression in this land who resists now with his blood," said the king with solemnity. "So help me God and the Holy Cross." "Amen," added the primate. Now the noble struck his forehead with his hand. "The frost has disturbed my mind, gracious lord, for I forgot to tell one thing, that such a son, the voevoda of Poznan, is dead. He died, they say, suddenly." Here the noble was somewhat ashamed, seeing that he had called a great senator, that such a son, in presence of the king and dignitaries. Therefore he added, confused, "I do not wish to belittle an honorable station, but a traitor." But no one had noticed that clearly, for all looked at the king, who said, "We have long predestined Pan Jan Leszczynski to be voevoda of Poznan, even during the life of Pan Opalinski. Let him fill that office more worthily. The judgment of God, I see, has begun upon those who brought this country to its decline, for at this moment, perhaps, the voevoda of Vilna is giving an account of his deeds before the supreme judge." Here he turned to the bishops and senators. "But it is time for us to think of a general war, and I wish to have the opinion of all of you, gentlemen, on this question." End of chapter 13. Recording by Mike Botez. Chapter 14 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a librivox recording. All librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Botes. The Deluge, Volume 2. By Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 14. At the moment when the king was saying that the voyevoda of Vilna was standing, perhaps, before the judgment of God, he spoke, as it were, with a prophetic spirit, for at that hour the affair of Tykocin was decided. On December 25, Sapieha was so sure of capturing Tykocin that he went himself to Tyszowcy, leaving the further conduct of the siege to Pan Oskierko. He gave command to wait for the final storm till his return, which was to follow quickly. Assembling, therefore, his more prominent officers, he said, "Reports have come to me that among the officers there is a plan to bear apart on sabres the voyevoda of Vilna immediately after capturing the castle. Now, if the castle, as it may happen, should surrender during my absence, I inform you, gentlemen, that I prohibit most strictly an attack on Radzivill's life. I receive letters, it is true, from persons of whom you, gentlemen, do not even dream, not to let him live when I take him. But I do not choose to obey these commands, and this I do not from any compassion, for the traitor is not worthy of that, but because I have no right over his life, and I prefer to bring him before the Diet, so that posterity may have in this case an example that no greatness of family, no office can cover such offense, nor protect him from public punishment." In this sense spoke the voyevoda of Vityebsk, but more minutely, for his honesty was equalled by this weakness. He esteemed himself an orator, and loved on every occasion to speak copiously, and listened with delight to his own words, adding to them the most beautiful sentences from the ancients. "Then I must steep my right hand well in water," answered Zagloba, "for it itches terribly. But I only say this, that if Radzivill had me in his hands, surely he would not spare my head till sunset. He knows well who in great part made his troops leave him. He knows well who embroiled him with the Swedes. But even if he does, I know not why I should be more indulgent to Radzivill than Radzivill to me. Because the command is not in your hands, and you must obey," said Sapieha with dignity. "That I must obey is true, but it is well at times also to obey Zagloba. I say this boldly because if Radzivill had listened to me when I urged him to defend the country, he would not be in Tykocin today, but in the field at the head of all our troops in Lithuania. Does it seem to you that the baton is in bad hands? It would not become me to say that, for I placed it in those hands. Our gracious Lord, Yan Kazimir, has only to confirm my choice, nothing more." The voyevoda smiled at this, for he loved Zagloba and his jokes. "Lord brother," said he, "you crushed Radzivill, you made me hetman, and all this is your merit. Permit me now to go in peace to Tyszowcy, so that Sapieha too may serve the country in something." Zagloba put his hands on his hips, thought a while, as if he were considering whether he ought to permit or not, and at last his eye gleamed. He nodded, and said with importance, "Go, your grace, in peace." God reward you for the permission, answered the voevoda with a laugh. Other officers seconded the voevoda's laugh. He was preparing to start, for the carriage was under the window. He took farewell of all, therefore giving each instructions what to do during his absence. Then, approaching Wołodyjowski, he said, "If the castle surrenders, you will answer to me, for the life of the voevoda." "According to order, a hair will not fall from his head," said the little knight. "Pan Michael," said Zagloba to him after the departure of the voevoda, "I'm curious to know what persons are using our sapio not to let Radziwill live when he captures him." "How should I know?" answered the little knight. "If you say that what another mouth does not whisper to your ear, your own will not suggest, you tell the truth. But they must be some considerable persons, since they are able to command the voevoda. Maybe it is the king himself." "The king? If a dog bit the king, he would forgive him that minute, and give him cheese in addition, such is his heart." "I will not dispute that, but still, do they not say that he is greatly incensed at Radziwill? First, any man will succeed in being angry. For example, my anger at Radziwill. Secondly, how could he be incensed at Radzeyowski when he took his sons in guardianship, because the father was not better? That is a golden heart, and I think it is the queen who is making requests against the life of Radziwill. She is a worthy lady, not a word against that, but she has a woman's mind. And know that if a woman is enraged at you, even should you hide in a crack of the floor, she will pick you out with a pin." Wołodyjowski sighed at this and said, "Why should any woman be angry with me, since I have never made trouble for one in my life?" "Ah, but you would have been glad to do so. Therefore, though you serve in cavalry, you rush on so wildly against the walls of Tykocin with infantry, for you think not only is Radziwill there, but Panna Billevich. I know you, you rogue. Is it not true? You have not driven her out of your head yet." "There was a time when I had put her thoroughly out of my head, and Kmita himself, if now here, would be forced to confess that my action was knightly, not wishing to act against people in love. I chose to forget my rebuff, but I will not hide this. If Panna Billevich is now in Tykocin, and if God permits me a second time to save her from trouble, I shall see in that the expressed will of Providence. I need take no thought of Kmita, I owe him nothing, and the hope is alive in me that if he left her of his own will, she must have forgotten him, and such a thing will not happen now as happened to me the first time." Conversing this way, they reached their quarters, where they found Pan Jan and Pan Stanislav, Ro Rawalski, and the Lord Tenant of Vansosh, Jendzian. The cause of Sapieha's trip to Tishovtsi was no secret, hence all the knights were pleased that so honorable a confederacy would arise in defense of the faith and the country. "Another wind is blowing now in the whole Commonwealth," said Pan Stanislav, "and thanks be to God, in the eyes of the Swedes." "It began from Częstochowa," answered Pan Jan. "There was news yesterday that the cloister holds out yet, and repulses more and more powerful assaults. Permit not, most Holy Mother, the enemy to put thy dwelling place to shame." Here Gentian sighed and said, "Besides the holy images, how much precious treasure would go into enemies' hands. When a man thinks of that, food refuses to pass his throat. The troops are just tearing away to the assault. We can hardly hold them back," said Pan Michael. "Yesterday Stankiewicz' squadron moved without orders and without ladders, for they said, 'When we finish this traitor, we will go to relieve Częstochowa,' and when any man mentions Częstochowa, all grit their teeth and shake their sabers. Why have we so many squadrons here, when one half would be enough for Tykocin?" asked Zagloba. "It is the stubbornness of Sapieha, nothing more. He does not wish to obey me. He wants to show that, without my counsel, he can do something. As you see yourselves, how are so many men to invest one paltry castle? They merely hinder one another, for there is not room for them all. Military experience speaks through you. It is impossible," answered Pan Stanislav. "Well, I have a head on my shoulders." "Uncle has a head on his shoulders," cried Pan Roh suddenly. And straightening his moustache, he began to look around on all present, as if seeking someone to contradict him. "But the voevoda, too, has a head," answered Pan Yan. "And if so many squadrons are here, there is danger that Prince Boguslav might come to the relief of his cousin." "Then send a couple of light squadrons to ravage electoral Prussia," said Zagloba, "and summon volunteers there from among common people. I myself would be the first man to go to try Prussian beer." "Beer is no good in winter unless warmed," remarked Pan Michael. "Then give us wine, or gorailka, or mead," said Zagloba. Others also exhibited a willingness to drink. Therefore the Lord Tenant of Vansosh occupied himself with that business, and soon a number of decanters were on the table. Hearts were glad at this sight, and the knights began to drink to one another, raising their goblets each time for a new health. "Destruction to the Swedes, may they not skin our bread very long," said Zagloba. "Let them devour their pine cones in Sweden." "To the health of the royal grace and the queen," said Pan Yan. "And to loyal men," said Wołodyjowski. "Then to our own healths." "To the health of Uncle," thundered Kowalski. "God reward into your hands, and empty though your lips to the bottom. Zagloba is not yet entirely old. Worthy gentlemen, may we smoke this badger out of his hole with all haste, and move then to Częstochowa." "To Częstochowa," shouted Kowalski, "to the rescue of the Most Holy Lady." "To Częstochowa," cried all. "To defend the treasures of Jasna Gora from the pagans," added Gentian, "who pretend that they believe in the Lord Jesus, wishing to hide their wickedness, but in fact they only howl at the moon like dogs, and in this is all their religion. And such as these raise their hands against the splendors of Jasna Gora." "You have touched the spot in speaking of their faith," said Wołodyjowski to Zagloba, "for I myself have heard how they howl at the moon. They said afterward that they were singing Lutheran psalms, but it is certain that the dogs sing such psalms." "How is that?" asked Kowalski. "Are there such people among them?" "There is no other kind," answered Zagloba, with deep conviction. "And is their king no better?" Their king is the worst of all. He began this war of purpose to blaspheme the true faith in the churches. Here Kowalski, who had drunk much, rose and said, "If that is true, then as sure as you are looking at me, and as I am Kowalski, I'll spring straight at the Swedish king in the first battle, and though he stood in the densest throng, that is nothing, my death or his. I'll reach him with my lance. Hold me full, gentlemen, if I do not." When he had said this, he clenched his fist and was going to thunder on the table. He would have smashed the glasses and decanters and broken the table, but Zagloba caught him hastily by the arm and said, "Sit down, rogue, and give us peace. We will not think you a fool if you do not do this, but know that we will not stop thinking you a fool until you have done it. I do not understand, though, how can you raise a lance on the King of Sweden when you are not in the hussars? I will join the escort and be enrolled in the squadron of Prince Polubinsky, and my father will help me." "Father Roh?" "Of course." "Let him help you, but break not these glasses, or I'll be the first man to break your head. Of what was I speaking, gentlemen? Ah, of Częstochowa. Luctus, grief, will devour me, if we do not come in time to save the holy place. Luctus will devour me, I tell you all. And all through that traitor, Radziwill, and the philosophical reasoning of Sapieha. Say nothing against the voevoda, he is an honorable man," said the little knight. "Why cover Radziwill with two halves, when one is sufficient? Nearly 10,000 men are around this little booth of a castle, the best cavalry and infantry. Soon they will lick the soot out of all the chimneys in this region, for what was on the hearts they have eaten already. It is not for us to argue over the reasons of superiors, but to obey. It is not for you to argue, Pan Michael, but for me. Half of the troops who abandoned Radziwill chose me as a leader, and I would have driven Karl Gustav beyond the 10th boundary ere now, but for that luckless modesty which commanded me to place the baton in the hands of Sapieha. Let him put an end to his delay, lest I take back what I gave." "You are only so daring after drink," said Wołodyjowski. "Do you say that? Well, you will see. This very day I will go among the squadrons and call out, 'Gracious gentlemen, whoso chooses, come with me to Częstochowa. It is not for you to wear out your elbows and knives against the mortar of Tykocin. I beg you to come with me. Whoso made me commander, whoso gave me power, whoso had confidence that I would do what was useful for the country and the faith, let him stand at my side. It is a beautiful thing to punish traitors, but 100 times more beautiful to save the Holy Lady, our mother and the patroness of this kingdom, from oppression and the yoke of the heretic." Here Zagloba, from whose forelock the steam had for some time been rising, started up from his place, sprang to a bench, and began to shout as if he were before an assembly. "Worthy gentlemen, whoso is a Catholic, whoso is a Pole, whoso has pity on the Most Holy Lady, let him follow me to the relief of Częstochowa." "I go," shouted Kowalski. Zagloba looked for a while on those present, and seeing astonishment and silent faces, he came down from the bench and said, "I'll teach Sapieha reason, I am a rascal if by tomorrow I do not take half of the army from Tykotsin and lead it to Częstochowa. For God's sake, restrain yourself, father, said Pan Jan. I am a rascal, I tell you, repeated Zagloba. They were frightened lest he should carry out his threat, for he was able to do so. In many squadrons there was murmuring at the delay in Tykotsin. Men really gnashed their teeth thinking of Częstochowa. It was enough to cast a spark on that powder. And what if a man so stubborn, of such immense knightly importance as Zagloba, should cast it? To begin with, the greater part of Sapieha's army was composed of new recruits, and therefore of men unused to discipline, and ready for action on their own account, and they would have gone as one man, without doubt, after Zagloba to Częstochowa. Therefore both Szytuskis were frightened at this undertaking, and Wołodyjowski cried, "Barely has a small army been formed by the greatest labor of the voevoda. Barely is there little power for the defense of the Commonwealth, and you wish with disorder to break up the squadrons? Bring them to disobedience." Radziwiłł would pay much for such counsel, for it is water to his mill. Is it not shame for you to speak of such a deed? I am a scoundrel if I don't do it, said Zagloba. Uncle will do it, said Kowalski. Silence, you horse skull, roared out Pan Michael. Pan Roh stared, shut his mouth, and straightened himself at once. Then Wołodyjowski turned to Zagloba. And I am a scoundrel if one man of my squadrons goes with you. You wish to ruin the army, and I tell you that I will fall first upon your volunteers. O pagan, faithless Turk, said Zagloba, how is that? You would attack knights of the Most Holy Lady? Are you ready? Well, I know you. Do you think, gentlemen, that it is a question with him of an army or discipline? No. He sniffs Pana Bilevich behind the walls of Tykotsin. For a private question, for your own wishes, you would not hesitate to desert the best cause. You would be glad to flutter around a maiden, to stand on one foot, then the other, and display yourself. But nothing will come of this. My head for it, that better than you are running after her, even that same Kmita, for even he is no worse than you. Wołodyjowski looked at those present, taking them to witness what injustice was done to him, then he frowned. They thought he would burst out in anger, but because he had been drinking, he fell all at once into tenderness. This is my reward, said he. From the years of a stripling I have served the country. I have not put the saber out of my hand. I have neither cottage, wife, nor children. My head is as lone as a lance point. The most honorable think of themselves, but I have no rewards, save wounds in the flesh. Nay, I am accused of selfishness, almost held a traitor. Tears began to drop on his yellow moustache. Zagloba softened in a moment, and throwing open his arms, cried, Pan Michael, I have done you cruel injustice. I should be given to the hangman for having belittled such a tried friend. Then, falling into mutual embraces, they began to kiss each other. They drank more, to good understanding, and when sorrow had gone considerably out of his heart, Wołodyjowski said, But you will not ruin the army, bring disobedience, and give an evil example? I will not, Pan Michael, I will not for your sake. God grant us to take Tykotsin. Whose affair is it, what I seek behind the walls of the fortress? Why should any man jeer at me? Struck by that question, Zagloba began to put the ends of his moustache in his mouth and gnaw them. At last he said, "Pan Michael, I love you as the apple of my eye, but drive that Panna Bilevich out of your head." "Why?" asked Pan Michael with astonishment. "She is beautiful, assentior, I agree," answered Zagloba. "But she is distinguished in person, and there is no proportion whatever between you. You might sit on her shoulder like a canary bird and peck sugar out of her mouth. She might carry you like a falcon on her glove and let you off against every enemy, for though you are little, you are venomous like a hornet." "Well, have you begun?" asked Wołodyjowski. "If I have begun, then let me finish. There is one woman as if created for you, and she is precisely that colonel. What is her name? That one whom Podbipienta was to marry." "Anusha Borzobogati," cried Pan Yan. "She is indeed an old love of Michael's. A regular grain of buckwheat, but a pretty little rogue, just like a doll," said Zagloba, smacking his lips. Wołodyjowski began to sigh and to repeat time after time what he always repeated when mention was made of Anusha. "What is happening to the poor girl? Oh, if she could only be found! You would not let her out of your hands, for God bless me, I have not seen in my life any man so given to falling in love. You would have been born a rooster, scratch the sweepings in a house yard and cry, 'Co, co, co,' at the top knots." "Anusha, Anusha," repeated Pan Michael. "If God would send her to me, but perhaps she is not in the world, or perhaps she is married." "How could she be? She was a green turnip when I saw her, and afterward, even if she ripened, she may still be in the maiden state. After such a man as Podbipienta, she could not take any common fellow. Besides, in these times of war, few are thinking of marriage." "You did not know her well," answered Pan Michael. "She was wonderfully honest, but she had such a nature that she let no man pass without piercing his heart. The Lord God created her thus. She did not miss even men of lower station. For example, Princess Griselda's physician, that Italian who was desperately in love with her. Maybe she has married him, and he has taken her beyond the sea." "Don't talk such nonsense, Michael," cried Zagloba with indignation. A doctor, that the daughter of a noble and honorable blood should marry a man of such low estate? I have already said that is impossible. I was angry with her myself, for I thought, this is without limit. Soon she will be turning the heads of attorneys." "I prophesy that you will see her yet," said Zagloba. Further conversation was interrupted by the entrance of Pan Tokarzevich, who had served formerly with Radziwill, but after the treason of the hetman left him, in company with others, and was now standard-bearer in Oskierko's regiment. "Colonel," said he to Wołodyjowski, "we are to explode a petard. Is Pan Oskierko ready?" "He was ready at midday, and he is not willing to wait, for the night promises to be dark." "That is well. We will go to see. I will order the men to be ready with muskets, so that the besieged may not make a sortie. Will Pan Oskierko himself explode the petard?" "He will, in his own person. A crowd of volunteers go with him." "And I will go," said Wołodyjowski. "And we," cried Pan Yan and Pan Stanislav. "Oh, 'tis a pity that old eyes cannot see in the dark," said Zagloba. "For a surety I should not let you go alone. But what is to be done? When dusk comes I cannot draw my sword. In the daytime, in the sunlight, then the old man likes to move to the field. Give me the strongest of the Swedes, if at midday." "But I will go," said after some thought the tenant of Vansosh. "When they blow up the gate, the troops will spring to the storm in a crowd, and in the castle there may be great wealth in plate and in jewels." All went out, for it was now growing dark. In the quarters Zagloba alone remained. He listened for a while to the snow squeaking under the steps of departing men, then began to raise one after another the decanters, and look through them at the light burning in the chimney, to see if there was something yet in any of them. The others marched toward the castle in darkness and wind, which rose from the north and blew with increasing force, howling, storming, bringing with it clouds of snow broken fine. "A good night to explode a petard," said Wołodyjowski. "But also for a sortie," answered Pan Yan. "We must keep a watchful eye and ready muskets." "God grant," said Pan Tokarzevich, "that at Częstochowa there is still greater storm. It is always warmer for our men behind the walls. But may the Swedes freeze there on guard. May they freeze." "A terrible night," said Pan Stanislav. "Do you hear, gentlemen, how it howls, as if Tartars were rushing through the air to attack, or as if devils were singing a requiem for Radziwill," said Wołodyjowski. End of chapter 14. Recording by Mike Botez. Chapter 15 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin, 1835 to 1906. Chapter 15. But a few days subsequent, the great traitor in the castle was looking at the darkness coming down on the snowy shrouds, and listening to the howling of the wind. The lamp of his life was burning out slowly. At noon of that day, he was still walking around and looking through the battlements at the tents and the wooden huts of Sapieha's troops. But 2 hours later, he grew so ill that they had to carry him to his chambers. From those times at Kiedani, in which he had striven for a crown, he had changed beyond recognition. The hair on his head had grown white, around his eyes red rings had formed. His face was swollen and flabby. Therefore it seemed still more enormous, but it was the face of a half-corpse, marked with blue spots and terrible through its expression of hellish suffering. And still, though his life could be measured by hours, he had lived too long. For not only had he outlived faith in himself and his fortunate star, faith in his own hopes and plans, but his fall was so deep that when he looked at the bottom of that precipice to which he was rolling, he would not believe himself. Everything had deceived him, events, calculations, allies. He, for whom it was not enough to be the mightiest lord in Poland, a prince of the Roman Empire, Grand Hetman and Voyevoda of Vilna. He, for whom all Lithuania was less than what he desired and was lasting after, was confined in one narrow, small castle in which either death or captivity was waiting for him. And he watched the door every day to see which of these two terrible goddesses would enter first to take his soul or his more than half-ruined body. Of his lands, of his estates and starostaships, it was possible not long before to mark out a vassal kingdom. Now he is not master even of the walls of Tikotzin. Barely a few months before, he was treating with neighboring kings. Today, one Swedish captain obeys his commands with impatience and contempt, and dares to bend him to his will. When his troops left him, when from a lord and a magnate who made the whole country tremble, he became a powerless pauper who needed rescue and assistance himself, Carl Gustav despised him. He would have raised to the skies a mighty ally, but he turned with haughtiness from the supplicant. Like Kosta Napierski, the footpad, besieged on a time in Chorstin, is he, Radziwill, besieged now in Tikotzin. And who is besieging him? Sapieha, his greatest personal enemy. When they capture him, they will drag him to justice in worse fashion than a robber, as a traitor. His kinsmen have deserted him, his friends, his connections. Armies have plundered his property, his treasures and riches are blown into mist. And that lord, that prince, who once upon a time astonished the court of France, and dazzled it with his luxury, he who at feasts received thousands of nobles, who maintained tens of thousands of his own troops, whom he fed and supported, had not now wherewith to nourish his own failing strength. And terrible to relate, he, Radziwill, in the last moments of his life, almost at the hour of his death, was hungry. In the castle there had long been a lack of provisions. From the scant remaining supplies, the Swedish commander dealt stingy rations, and the prince would not beg of him. If only the fever which was devouring his strength had deprived him of consciousness, but it had not. His breast rose with increasing heaviness, his breath turned into a rattle. His swollen feet and hands were freezing, but his mind, omitting moments of delirium, omitting the terrible visions and nightmares which passed before his eyes, remained for the greater part of the time clear, and that prince saw his whole fall, all his want, all his misery and humiliation. That former warrior victor saw all his defeat, and his sufferings were so immense that they could be equalled only by his sins. Besides, as the Furies tormented Orestes, so was he tormented by reproaches of conscience. And in no part of the world was there a sanctuary to which he could flee from them. They tormented him in the day, they tormented him at night, in the field, under the roof. Pride could not withstand them, nor repulse them. The deeper his fall, the more fiercely they lashed him. And there were moments in which he tore his own breast. When enemies came against his country from every side, when foreign nations grieved over its hapless condition, its sufferings and bloodshed, he, the Grand Hetman, instead of moving to the field, instead of sacrificing the last drop of his blood, instead of astonishing the world like Leonidas or Themistocles, instead of pawning his last coat like Sapieha, made a treaty with enemies against a mother, raised the sacrilegious hand against his own king, and imbrued it in blood near and dear to him. He had done all this, and now he is at the limit not only of infamy, but of life, close to his reckoning, there beyond, what is awaiting him? The hair rose on his head when he thought of that, for he had raised his hand against his country. He had appeared to himself great in relation to that country, and now all had changed. Now he had become small, and the Commonwealth, rising from dust and blood, appeared to him something great and continually greater, invested with a mysterious terror, full of a sacred majesty, awful. And she grew, increased continually in his eyes, and became more and more gigantic. In presence of her he felt himself dust, as prince and as hetman, as Radziwill. He could not understand what that was. Some unknown waves were rising around him, flowing toward him, with roaring, with thunder, flowing ever nearer, rising more terribly, and he understood that he must be drowned in that immensity. Hundreds such as he would be drowned. But why had he not seen this awfulness and this mysterious power at first? Why had he, madman, rushed against it? When these ideas roared in his head, fear seized him in presence of that mother, in presence of that Commonwealth. For he did not recognize her features, which formerly were so kind and so mild. The spirit was breaking within him, and terror dwelt in his breast. At moments he thought that another country altogether, another people, were around him. Through the besieged walls came news of everything that men were doing in the invaded Commonwealth, and marvelous and astonishing things were they doing. A war of life or death against the Swedes and traitors had begun, all the more terrible in that it had not been foreseen by any man. The Commonwealth had begun to punish. There was something in this of the anger of God for the insult to majesty, when through the walls of Tikhotin came news of the siege of Częstochowa. Radziwill, a Calvinist, was frightened, and fright did not leave his soul from that day, for then he perceived for the first time those mysterious waves which, after they had risen, were to swallow the Swedes and him. Then the invasion of the Swedes seemed not an invasion but a sacrilege, and the punishment of it inevitable. Then for the first time the veil dropped from his eyes, and he saw the changed face of the Commonwealth. No longer a mother, but a punishing queen. All who had remained true to her, and served with heart and soul, rose and grew greater and greater. Whoso sinned against her went down. And therefore it is not free to anyone to think, said the prince to himself, of his own elevation or that of his family, but he must sacrifice life, strength and love to her. But for him it was now too late. He had nothing to sacrifice. He had no future before him, save that beyond the grave, at sight of which he shuddered. From the time of besieging Częstochowa, when one terrible cry was torn from the breast of an immense country, when, as if by a miracle, there was found in it a certain wonderful, hitherto unknown and not understood power, when you would have said that a mysterious hand from beyond this world rose in his defense, a new doubt gnawed into the soul of the prince, and he could not free himself from the terrible thought that God stood with that cause and that faith. And when such thoughts roared in his head, he doubted his own faith, and then his despair passed even the measure of his sins. Temporal fall, spiritual fall, darkness, nothingness. Behold to what had to come, what he had gained by serving self. And still, at the beginning of the expedition from Kyedani against Podlyasye, he was full of hope. It is true that Sapieha, a leader inferior to him beyond comparison, had defeated him in the field, and the rest of the squadrons left him, but he strengthened himself with the thought that any day Boguslav might come with assistance, that young eagle of Radzivil's would fly to him at the head of Prussian Lutheran legions, who would not pass over to the Papists like the Lithuanian squadrons, and at once he would bend Sapieha in two, scatter his forces, scatter the Confederates, and putting themselves on the corpse of Lithuania like two lions on the carcass of a deer, with roaring alone would terrify all who might wish to tear it away from them. But time passed, the forces of Prince Janusz melted. Even the foreign regiments went over to the terrible Sapieha. Days passed, weeks, months, but Boguslav came not. At last the siege of Tykocin began. The Swedes, a handful of whom remained with Janusz, defended themselves heroically. For, stained already with terrible cruelty, they saw that even surrender would not guard them from the vengeful hands of the Lithuanians. The prince, in the beginning of the siege, had still the hope that, at the last moment perhaps, the King of Sweden himself would move to his aid, and perhaps Pan Koniecpolski, who, at the head of 6,000 cavalry, was with Karl Gustav. But his hope was vain. No one gave him a thought, no one came with assistance. "Oh, Boguslav, Boguslav," repeated the prince, walking through the chambers of Tykocin. "If you will not save a cousin, save at least a Radziwill." At last, in his final despair, Prince Janusz resolved on taking a step at which his pride revolted fearfully. That was, to implore Prince Michael Radziwill of Nesvie for rescue. This letter, however, was intercepted on the road by Sapieha's men. But the voevoda of Vitiebsk sent to Janusz in answer a letter which he had himself received from Prince Michael a week before. Prince Janusz found in it the following passage: "If news has come to you, gracious lord, that I intend to go with succor to my relative, the voevoda of Vilna, believe it not. For I hold only to those who endure in loyalty to the country and our king, and who desire to restore the former liberties of this most illustrious commonwealth. This course will not, as I think, bring me to protect traitors from just and proper punishment. Boguslav too will not come, for, as I hear, the elector prefers to think of himself, and does not wish to divide his forces, and quod atinet, as to Koniecpolski, since he will pay court to Prince Janusz's widow, should she become one, it is to his profit that the Prince Voevoda be destroyed with all speed." This letter, addressed to Sapieha, stripped the unfortunate Janusz of the remnant of his hope, and nothing was left him but to wait for the accomplishment of his destiny. The siege was hastening to its close. News of the departure of Sapieha passed through the wall almost that moment, but the hope that in consequence of his departure hostile steppes would be abandoned were of short duration, for in the infantry regiments an unusual movement was observable. Still, some days passed quietly enough, since the plan of blowing up the gate with a petard resulted in nothing. But December 31 came, on which only the approaching night might incommode the besiegers, for evidently they were preparing something against the castle, at least a new attack of cannon on the weakened walls. The day was drawing to a close. The prince was lying in the so-called corner hall, situated in the western part of the castle. In an enormous fireplace were burning whole logs of pine wood, which cast a lively light on the white and rather empty walls. The prince was lying on his back on a Turkish sofa, pushed out purposely into the middle of the room, so that the warmth of the blaze might reach it. Nearer to the fireplace, a little in the shade, slept a page on a carpet. Near the prince were sitting, slumbering in armchairs, Pani Yakimowicz, formerly chief lady-in-waiting at Kiełdany, another page, a physician, also the prince's astrologer, and Kharlamp. Kharlamp had not left the prince, though he was almost the only one of his former officers who had remained. That was a bitter service, for the heart and soul of the officer were outside the walls of Tykocin, in the camp of Sapieha. Still, he remained faithful at the side of his old leader. From hunger and watching the poor fellow, had grown as thin as a skeleton. Of his face remained but the nose, which now seemed still greater, and moustaches like bushes. He was clothed in complete armor, breastplate, shoulder pieces, and morion, with a wire cape which came down to his shoulders. His cuirass was battered, for he had just returned from the walls, to which he had gone to make observations a little while before, and on which he sought death every day. He was slumbering at the moment from weariness, though there was a terrible rattling in the prince's breast, as if he had begun to die, and though the wind howled and whistled outside. Suddenly, short quivering began to shake the gigantic body of Radziwill, and the rattling ceased. Those who were around him woke at once and looked quickly, first at him and then at one another. But he said, "It is as if something had gone out of my breast. I feel easier." He turned his head a little, looked carefully toward the door. At last he said, "Kharlamp, at the service of your highness. What does Stachowicz want here?" The legs began to tremble under poor Kharlamp, for unterrified as he was in battle, he was superstitious in the same degree. Therefore he looked around quickly and said in a stifled voice, "Stachowicz is not here. Your highness gave orders to shoot him at Kiełdany." The prince closed his eyes and answered not a word. For a time there was nothing to be heard, save the doleful and continuous howling of the wind. "The weeping of people is heard in that wind," said the prince, again opening his eyes in perfect consciousness. "But I did not bring in the Swedes. It was Wołodyjowski." When no one gave an answer, he said after a short time, "He is most to blame. He is most to blame. He is most to blame." And a species of consolation entered his breast, as if the remembrance rejoiced him that there was someone more guilty than he. Soon, however, more grievous thoughts must have come to his head, for his face grew dark, and he repeated a number of times, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus," and again choking attacked him. A rattling began in his throat more terrible than before. Meanwhile, from without came the sound of musketry, at first infrequent, then more frequent. But amidst the drifting of the snow and the howling of the whirlwind, they did not sound too loudly, and it might have been thought that was some continual knocking at the gate. "They are fighting," said the prince's physician. "As usual," answered Kharlamp. "People are freezing in the snowdrifts, and they wish to fight to grow warm." "This is the 6th day of the whirlwind and the snow," answered the doctor. "Great changes will come in the kingdom, for this is an unheard of thing." "God grant it," said Kharlamp. "It cannot be worse." Further conversation was interrupted by the prince, to whom a new relief had come. "Kharlamp, at the service of your highness. Does it seem to me so from weakness, or did Oskierko try to blow up the gate with a petard 2 days since?" "He tried, your highness, but the Swedes seized the petards and wounded him slightly, and Sapieha's men were repulsed." "If wounded slightly, then he will try again. But what day is it?" "The last day of December, your highness." "God be merciful to my soul. I shall not live to the new year. Long ago it was foretold me that every 5th year death is near me." "God is kind, your highness." "God is with Sapieha," said the prince gloomily. All at once he looked around and said, "Cold comes to me from it. I do not see it, but I feel that it is here." "What is that, your highness?" "Death." "In the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost." A moment of silence followed. Nothing was heard but the whispered, "Our Father," repeated by Pani Yakimowicz. "Tell me," said the prince with a broken voice, "do you believe that outside of your faith no one can be saved?" "Even in the moment of death it is possible to renounce errors," said Kharlamp. The sound of shots had become at that moment more frequent. The thunder of cannon began to shake the window panes, which answered each report with a plaintive sound. The prince listened a certain time calmly, then rose slightly on the pillow. His eyes began slowly to widen, his pupils to glitter. He sat up. For a moment he held his head with his hand, then cried suddenly, as if in bewilderment, "Boguslav, Boguslav, Boguslav." Kharlamp ran out of the room like a madman. The whole castle trembled and quivered from the thunder of cannon. All at once there was heard the cry of several thousand voices. Then something was torn, with a ghastly smashing of walls, so that brands and coals from the chimney were scattered on the floor. At the same time Kharlamp rushed into the chamber. "Sapieha's men have blown up the gate," cried he. "The Swedes have fled to the tower. The enemy is here, your highness." Further words died on his lips. Radziwill was sitting on the sofa with his eyes staring out. With open lips he was gulping the air, his teeth bared like those of a dog when he snarls. He tore with his hands the sofa on which he was sitting, and gazing with terror into the depth of the chamber, cried, or rather gave out hoarse rattles between one breath and another. "It was Radziwiłłowski, not I. Save me. What do you want? Take the crown. It was Radziwiłłowski. Save me, people. Jesus, Jesus, Mary." These were the last words of Radziwill. Then a terrible coughing seized him. His eyes came out in still more ghastly fashion from their sockets. He stretched himself out, fell on his back, and remained motionless. "He is dead," said the doctor. "He cried Mary, though a Calvinist, you have heard," said Pani Yakimowicz. "Throw wood on the fire," said Kharlamp to the terrified pages. he drew near the corpse, closed the eyelids. Then he took from his own armor a gilded image of the Mother of God, which he wore on a chain, and placing the hands of Radziwiłł together on his breast, he put the image between the dead fingers. The light of the fire was reflected from the golden ground of the image, and that reflection fell upon the face of the voyevoda and made it cheerful, so that never had it seemed so calm. Kharlamp sat at the side of the body, and resting his elbows on his knees, hid his face in his hands. The silence was broken only by the sound of shots. All at once, something terrible took place. First of all was a flash of awful brightness. The whole world seemed turned into fire, and at the same time there was given forth such a sound, as if the earth had fallen from under the castle. The walls tottered, the ceilings cracked with a terrible noise. All the windows tumbled in on the floor, and the panes were broken into hundreds of fragments. Through the empty openings of the windows that moment, clouds of snow drifted in, and the whirlwind began to howl gloomily in the corners of the chamber. All the people present fell on the floor on their faces, speechless from terror. Kharlamp rose first and looked directly on the corpse of the voyevoda. The corpse was lying in calmness, but the gilded image had slipped a little in the hands. Kharlamp recovered his breath. At first he felt certain that was an army of Satans who had broken into the chamber for the body of the prince. "The world has become flesh," said he. "The Swedes must have blown up the tower and themselves." But from without there came no sound. Evidently the troops of Sapieha were standing in dumb wonder, or perhaps in fear that the whole castle was mined, and that there would be explosion after explosion. "Put wood on the fire," said Kharlamp to the pages. Again the room was gleaming with a bright, quivering light. Round about, a death-like stillness continued, but the fire hissed, the whirlwind howled, and the snow rolled each moment more densely through the window openings. At last confused voices were heard, then the clatter of spurs and the tramp of many feet. The door of the chamber was opened wide, and soldiers rushed in. It was bright from the naked sabres, and more figures of knights in helmets, caps and holpacks crowded through the door. Many were bearing lanterns in their hands, and they held them to the light, advancing carefully, though it was light in the room from the fire as well. At last there sprang forth from the crowd a little knight, all in enameled armor, and cried, "Where is the voyevoda of Vilna?" "Here," said Kharlamp, pointing to the body lying on the sofa. Wołodyjowski looked at him and said, "He is not living." "He is not living! He is not living!" went from mouth to mouth. "The traitor, the betrayer, is not living." "So it is," said Kharlamp gloomily. "But if you dishonor his body and bear it apart with sabers, you will do ill. For before his end he called on the Most Holy Lady, and he holds her image in his hand." These words made a deep impression. The shouts were hushed. Then the soldiers began to approach, to go round the sofa and look at the dead man. Those who had lanterns turned the light off them, on his eyes, and he lay there, gigantic, gloomy, on his face the majesty of a hetman and the cold dignity of death. The soldiers came one after another, and among them the officers. Therefore Sienkiewicz approached. The two Szytułskis, Horotkiewicz, Jakub Kmita, Oskierko, and Pan Zagloba. "It is true," said Zagloba in a low voice, as if he feared to rouse the prince. "He holds in his hands the Most Holy Lady, and the shining from her falls on his face." When he said this, he removed his cap. That instant, all the others bared their heads. A moment of silence, filled with reverence, followed, which was broken at last by Wołodyjowski. "Ah," said he is before the judgment of God, and people have nothing to do with him." Here he turned to Kharlamp. "But you, unfortunate, why did you, for his sake, leave your country and king?" "Give him this way," called a number of voices at once. Then Kharlamp rose, and, taking off his saber, threw it with a clatter on the floor, and said, "Here I am, cut me to pieces. I did not leave him with you when he was powerful as a king, and afterward it was not proper to leave him, when he was in misery and no one stayed with him. I have not grown fat in his service. For 3 days I have had nothing in my mouth, and the legs are bending under me. But here I am, cut me to pieces, for I confess furthermore," here Kharlamp's voice trembled, "that I loved him." When he had said this, he tottered and would have fallen, but Zagloba opened his arms to him, caught him, supported him, and cried, "By the living God, give the man food and drink." That touched all to the heart. Therefore they took Kharlamp by the arms and led him out of the chamber at once. Then the soldiers began to leave it, one after another, making the sign of the cross with devotion. On the road to their quarters, Zagloba was meditating over something. He stopped, coughed, then pulled Wołodyjowski by the skirt. "Pan Michael," said he. "Well, what?" "My anger against Radziwill is past. A dead man is a dead man. I forgive him from my heart for having made an attempt on my life." "He is before the tribunal of heaven," said Wołodyjowski. That's it. If it would help him, I would even give for a mass, since it seems to me that he has an awfully small chance up there. God is merciful. As to being merciful, he is merciful. Still, the Lord cannot look without abhorrence on heretics. And Radziwill was not only a heretic, but a traitor. There is where the trouble is. Here Zagloba shook his head and began to look upward. "I am afraid," said he after a while, "that some of those Swedes who blew themselves up will fall on my head. That they will not be received there in heaven is certain." "They were good men," said Pan Michael with recognition. "They preferred death to surrender. There are few such soldiers in the world." All at once Wołodyjowski halted. "Pan Abilevich was not in the castle," said he. "But how do you know?" "I asked those pages. Boguslav took her to Taurogi." Said Zagloba. "That was as if to confide a kid to a wolf. But it is not your affair. Your predestined is that colonel." End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Deluge, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. The Deluge, Volume 2, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. 1835 to 1906. Chapter 16. Lvov, from the moment of the king's arrival, was turned into a real capital of the Commonwealth. Together with the king came the greater part of the bishops from the whole country, and all those lay senators who had not served the enemy. The calls already issued summoned also to arms the nobles of Rus and of the remoter adjoining provinces. They came in numbers and armed with a greater ease, because the Swedes had not been in those regions. Eyes were opened and hearts rose at sight of this general militia, for it reminded one in nothing of that of Great Poland, which at Uistsie offered such weak opposition to the enemy. On the contrary, in this case marched a warlike and terrible nobility, reared from childhood on horseback and in the field, amidst continual attacks of wild Tartars, accustomed to bloodshed and burning, better masters of the saber than of Latin. These nobles were in fresh training yet from Khmelnytsky's uprising, which lasted 7 years without interval, so that there was not a man among them who was not as many times in fire as he had years of life. New swarms of these were arriving continually in Lvov. Some had marched from Bieszczady, full of precipices, others from the Prut, the Dniester and the Seret. Some lived on the steep banks of the Dniester, some on the wide-spreading Bug. Some on the Sinuha had not been destroyed from the face of the earth by peasant incursions. Some had been left on the Tartar boundaries. All these hurried at the call of the king to the city of the Lion. Some to march thence against an enemy as yet unknown. The nobles came in from Volhynia and from more distant provinces. Such hatred was kindled in all souls by the terrible tidings that the enemy had raised sacrilegious hands on the patroness of the Commonwealth in Częstochowa, and the Cossacks dared not raise obstacles, for the hearts were moved in the most hardened, and besides they were forced by the Tartars to beat with the forehead to the king, and to renew for the 100th time their oath of loyalty. A Tartar embassy, dangerous to the enemies of the king, was in Lvov under the leadership of Suba Ghazi Bey, offering in the name of the Khan a horde 100,000 strong to assist the Commonwealth. Of these, 40,000 from near Kamenets could take the field at once. Besides the Tartar embassy, a legation had come from Transylvania to carry through negotiations begun with Rákóczi concerning succession to the throne. The ambassador of the emperor was present. So was the papal nuncio, who had come with the king. Every day deputations arrived from the armies of the Kingdom of Lithuania, from provinces and lands, with declarations of loyalty, and a wish to defend to the death the invaded country. The fortunes of the king increased. The Commonwealth, crushed altogether so recently, was rising before the eyes of all to the wonder of ages and nations. The souls of men were inflamed with thirst for war and retaliation, and at the same time they grew strong. And as in springtime a warm generous rain melts the snow, so mighty hope melted doubt. Not only did they wish for victory, but they believed in it. New and favorable tidings came in continually. Though often untrue, they passed from mouth to mouth. Time after time, men told now of castles recovered. now of battles in which unknown regiments, under leaders hitherto unknown, had crushed the Swedes, now of terrible clouds of peasants sweeping along like locusts against the enemy. The name of Stefan Czarnecki was more and more frequent on every lip. The details in these tidings were often untrue, but taken together they reflected as a mirror what was being done in the whole country. But in Lvov reigned, as it were, a continual holiday. When the king came, the city greeted him solemnly. The clergy of the three rites, the councillors of the city, the merchants, the guilds. On the squares and streets, wherever an eye was cast, banners, white, sapphire, purple and gilded, were waving. The Lvov people raised proudly their golden lion on a blue field, recalling with self-praise the scarcely past Cossack and Tartar attacks. At every appearance of the king, a shout was raised among the crowds, and crowds were never lacking. The population doubled in recent days. Besides senators and bishops, besides nobles, flowed in throngs of peasants also, for the news had spread that the king intended to improve their condition. Therefore, rustic coats and horse blankets were mingled with the yellow coats of the townspeople. The mercantile Armenians, with their swarthy faces, put up booths for merchandise and arms, which the assembled nobles bought willingly. There were many Tartars also with the embassy. There were Hungarians, Wallachians, and Austrians. A multitude of people, a multitude of troops, a multitude of different kind of faces, many strange garments in colors brilliant and varied, troops of court servants, hence gigantic grooms, high dukes, janissaries, red Cossacks, messengers in foreign costume. The streets were filled from the morning till evening with the noise of men, now passing squadrons of a quota, now divisions of mounted nobles, the cries of command, the shining of armor and naked sabers, the neighing of horses, the rumble of cannon, and songs full of threatening and curses for the Swedes. The bells in the churches, Polish, Russian, and Armenian, were tolling continually, announcing to all that the king was in the city, and that Lvov, to its eternal praise, was the first of the capitals that had received the king, the exile. They beat to him with the forehead. Wherever he appeared, caps flew upward, and shouts of "Vivat!" shook the air. They beat with the forehead also before the carriages of bishops, who through the windows blessed the assembled throngs. They bowed to and applauded senators, honoring in them loyalty to the king and country. So the whole city was seething. At night they even burnt on the square piles of wood, at which in spite of cold and frost those men were encamped, who could not find lodgings because of the excessive multitude. The king spent whole days in consultation with senators. Audience was given to foreign embassies, to deputations from provinces and troops. Methods of filling the empty treasury with money were considered. All means were used to rouse war wherever it had not flamed up already. Couriers were flying to the most important towns, in every part of the Commonwealth, to distant Prussia, to sacred Imud, to Tishovtsi, to the hetmans, to Sapieha, who, after the storming of Tikhotsin, took his army to the south with forced marches. Couriers went also to Koniec Polski, who was still with the Swedes. Where it was needful, money was sent. The slothful were roused with manifestos. The king recognized, consecrated, and confirmed the Confederation of Tyszowcy, and joined it himself. Taking the direction of all affairs into his untiring hands, he labored from morning till night, esteeming the Commonwealth more than his own rest, his own health. But this was not the limit of his efforts, for he had determined to conclude in his own name and the name of the estates a league such that no earthly power could overcome. A league which in the future might serve to reform the Commonwealth. The moment for this had come at last. The secret must have escaped from the senators to the nobles, and from the nobles to the peasants, for since morning it had been said that at the hour of services something important would happen, that the king would make some solemn vow concerning, as was said, the condition of the peasants and a confederation with heaven. There were persons, however, who asserted that these were incredible things, without an example in history. But curiosity was excited, and everywhere something was looked for. The day was frosty, clear. Tiny flakes of snow were flying through the air, glittering like sparks. The land infantry of Lvov and the district of Jedaki in blue half-shubas, hemmed with gold, and half a Hungarian regiment were drawn out in a long line before the cathedral, holding their muskets at their feet in front of them. Officers passed up and down with staffs in their hands. Between these two lines a many-colored throng flowed into the church, like a river. In front, nobles and knights, after them the senate of the city, with gilded chains on their necks and tapers in their hands. They were led by the mayor, a physician noted throughout the whole province. He was dressed in a black velvet toga and wore a calotte. After the senate went merchants, and among them many Armenians, with green and gold skullcaps on their heads, and wearing roomy Eastern gowns. These, though belonging to a special rite, went with the others to represent the estate. After the merchants came with their banners the guilds, such as butchers, bakers, tailors, goldsmiths, confectioners, embroiderers, linen drapers, tanners, meat boilers, and a number of others yet. From each company, representatives went with their own banner, which was borne by a man the most distinguished of all for beauty. Then came various brotherhoods and the common throng in coats, in sheepskins, in horse blankets, in homespun, dwellers in the suburbs, peasants. Admittance was barred to no one till the church was packed closely with people of all ranks and both sexes. At last carriages began to arrive, but they avoided the main door, for the king, the bishops, and the dignitaries had a special entrance nearer the high altar. Every moment the troops presented arms. At last the soldiers dropped their muskets to their feet, and blew on their chilled hands, throwing out clouds of steam from their breasts. The king came with a nuncio, Vidon. Then arrived the Archbishop of Gniezno and the bishop, Prince Czartoryski. Next appeared the Bishop of Krakow, the Archbishop of Lvov, the Grand Chancellor of the kingdom, many voyevodas and castellans. All these vanished through the side door, and their carriages, retinues, equerries, and attendants of every description formed as it were a new army standing at the side of the cathedral. Mass was celebrated by the Apostolic Nuncio Vidon, arrayed in purple. in a white chasuble embroidered with pearls and gold. For the king, a kneeling stool was placed between the great altar and the pews. Before the kneeling stool was a Turkish sofa. The church armchairs were occupied by bishops and lay senators. Many colored rays, passing through the windows, joined with a gleam of candles, with which the altar seemed burning, and fell upon the faces of the senators in the church chairs, on the white beards, on the imposing forms, on golden chains, on violet velvet. You would have said, a Roman Senate. Such was the majesty and dignity of these old men. Here and there, among grey heads, was to be seen the face of a warrior senator. Here and there gleamed the blond head of a youthful lord. All eyes were fixed on the altar. All were praying. The flames of the candles were glittering and quivering. The smoke from the censers was playing and curling in the bright air. The body of the church was packed with heads, and over the heads a rainbow of banners was playing, like a rainbow of flowers. The majesty of the king, Jan Kazimir, prostrated itself according to his custom, in the form of a cross, and humiliated itself before the majesty of God. At last the nuncio brought from the tabernacle a chalice, and bearing it before him, approached the kneeling stool. Then the king raised himself with a brighter face. The voice of the nuncio was heard. Ecce Agnus Dei, behold the Lamb of God. And the king received communion. For a time he remained kneeling, with inclined head. At last he rose, turned his eyes toward heaven, and stretched out both hands. There was sudden silence in the church, so that breathing was not audible. All divined that the moment had come, and that the king would make some vow. All listened with collected spirit, but he stood with outstretched arms. At last, with a voice filled with emotion, but as far-reaching as a bell, he began to speak. O great Mother of divine humanity and Virgin, I, Ian Casimir, King by the favor of thy Son, King of the kings and my Lord, and by thy favor approaching thy most holy feet, form this, the following pact. I today choose thee, my patroness and queen of my dominions. I commit to thy special guardianship and protection myself, my Polish kingdom, the Grand Principality of Lithuania, Russia, Prussia, Mazovia, Imud, Livland, and Chernigov, the armies of both nations and all common people. I beg obediently thy aid and favor against enemies in the present affliction of my kingdom. Here the king fell on his knees and was silent for a time. In the church a death-like stillness continued unbroken. Then, rising, he spoke on. And constrained by thy great benefactions, I, with the Polish people, am drawn to a new and ardent bond of service to thee. I promise thee, in my own name and in the names of my ministers, senators, nobles, and people, to extend honor and glory to thy Son, Jesus Christ, our Savior, through all regions of the Polish kingdom, to make a promise that when, with the mercy of thy Son, I obtain victory over the Swedes, I will endeavor that an anniversary be celebrated solemnly in my kingdom, to the end of the world, in memory of the favor of God and of thee, O most holy Virgin. Here he ceased again and knelt. In the church there was a murmur, but the voice of the king stopped it quickly, and though he trembled this time with penitence and emotion, he continued still more distinctly. And since with great sorrow of heart I confess that I endure from God just punishment, which is afflicting us all in my kingdom with various plagues for 7 years, because poor simple tillers of the soil groan in suffering, oppressed by the soldiery, I bind myself on the conclusion of peace to use earnest efforts, together with the estates of the Commonwealth, to free suffering peasants from every cruelty, in which, O Mother of Mercy, Queen and my Lady, since thou hast inspired me to make this vow, obtain for me, by grace of thy mercy, aid from thy Son to accomplish what I here promise. These words of the king were heard by the clergy, the senators, the nobles, and the common people. A great wail was raised in the church, which came first from the hearts of the peasants. It burst forth from them, and then became universal. All raised their hands to heaven. Weeping voices repeated, Amen, 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 in testimony that they had joined their feelings and vows with the promise of the king. Enthusiasm seized their hearts, and at that moment made them brothers in love for the Commonwealth and its patroness. Indescribable joy shone on their faces like a clear flame, and in all that church there was no one who doubted that God would overwhelm the Swedes. After that service the king, amid the thunder of musketry and cannon, and mighty shouts of "Victory! Victory! May he live!" went to the castle, and there he confirmed the heavenly confederation together with that of Tyszowcy. End of chapter 16.